Chapter 644, In the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Palace. In the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Palace. There was a group of people who were seated. The group of people had hidden their powers and looked as though they were simply normal people. However, their disposition was like that of lords. Today, the 6 palaces from the Holy Ji Palace had gathered. Although the Sage Palace Lord had not appeared, the second Palace Lord Lu Chan was around. The Wanxiang Palace's Palace Lord was still in seclusion, but the Wanxiang Palace's elder had arrived. Apart from them, the other 4 Palace Lords were all here with some of the elders of the Holy Ji Palace. This group of people was enough to represent the will of the Holy Ji Palace. I have invited all of you here today for 2 matters. First, there has been news from Alchemy City that the Battle Sage Palace's disciple Yi Futian has created a ruckus within the city. He had led a group of Holy Ji Palace disciples to the Alchemy Casino, defeating geniuses from other places and winning many ritual implements. Next, he barged into the Emperor family residence and challenged the Alchemy Conference's first Gong Sun Yi to a fight to the death outside the City Lord office and killed him, Lu Chan said. The Alchemy Conference was a huge event in Alchemy City and even the Holy Ji Palace was paying attention to it. Therefore, he quickly knew of the events that had taken place in Alchemy City. However, the other palace lords and elders did not pay the same amount of attention to it and were shocked when they heard Lu Chan's words. This fellow was indeed a nonconformist. He actually caused such a storm in Alchemy City and killed the Alchemy Conference's first. This little fellow has such gall. I will definitely punish him when he gets back, Sage Dozhan said. Yi Futian was his direct disciple, so he naturally had to demonstrate his stance. No need, the origin of his matter was his brother. His brother from another master was in love with the city lord's daughter and came in second in the Alchemy Conference. He had some conflict with Gong Sun Yi, that is why there was that battle. Apart from that day, Yi Futian also defeated a person with the title of Alchemy City's top genius, Di Gang, someone in the crowd explained. Di Kai's son, someone asked softly. Di Kai was 12th on the Baron Sky ranking, they naturally knew that. Yes. Lu Chan nodded and said, now, his brother has already entered the city lord office and Yuqi organized the wedding for Yi Futian's brother and his daughter so quickly that news has not even spread. Everyone had curious expressions. What did Yuqi mean by doing this? However, what he meant was not important. Yi Futian, who had only entered the palace for 3 years, was rather interesting. I ordered him to go to Alchemy City to observe the Alchemy Conference. He ended up creating a ruckus, Sage Dozhan said with pride in his heart. The kid had only cultivated in the Holy Ji Palace for 3 years, but he actually went to Alchemy City to create trouble. However, not only did he not end up in trouble, but he helped his brother marry Yuqi's daughter. Sage Dozhan must be delighted to have such a disciple, Sage Daozang smiled and said. In Yi Futian's batch, he had dominated everyone with absolute power. In the past 2 years, many people were discussing when Yi Futian's position on the law rank would change again. Di Kai's son was claimed as #1 noble in the Baron State's southwest region. Yi Futian was able to defeat him as a grade 3 noble and has exceptional potential. I have invited all of you here to discuss him entering the Sage Hall to cultivate. I think that when he reaches the pinnacle of the noble plane, he can enter the Sage Hall. What do you all think? Lu Chan asked. The crowd had surprised expressions. Did he have the qualifications to enter the Sage Hall after only 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace? 3 years ago, Hua Fan had obtained the right to enter the Sage Hall and had entered 2 years ago. Now, he was already in the Sage Plane. Now, Shimen Hanjiang was waiting for his qualification, but the Sage Palace had never discussed allowing Shimen Hanjiang to enter the Sage Hall. Evidently, they felt that Shimen Hanjiang was not that outstanding yet. However, at this moment, the Sage Palace's Lu Chan had gathered all of them for Yi Futian and skipped the first on the law rank, Shimen Hanjiang, to discuss giving the right for Yi Futian to enter the Sage Hall. It was not unexpected though. The Sage Palace was the main palace of all 6 palaces. Now that Lu Chan was managing the Holy Ji Palace on behalf of the Palace Lord, although Yi Futian was not a disciple of the Sage Palace, Lu Chan would not do such a selfish thing like only caring for his own palace's disciples. Although this fellow can get out of hand, his cultivation potential is exceptional indeed. I agree. Sage Dozhan was the first to agree, causing the crowd to laugh and look at him. 3 years ago, in the entrance examination, we already saw how exceptional he was. He indeed has the qualifications to enter the Sage Hall and cultivate. I agree too. Sage Daozang also nodded and gave his approval. I agree. The Sword Demon, the Sword Palace Lord nodded and agreed as well. This way, there were already 4 palaces in agreement. In reality, the outcome was set. Since that is so, we have a conclusion. I will announce it later, granting Yi Futian permission to enter the Sage Hall to cultivate. Lu Chan nodded and continued, the other matter is about Luli. Back then, when Luli entered the Sage Hall, he obtained the Sage Hall's teachings and the Divine Path's recognition. Wanxiang also estimated his saint potential for him. All of you should also know me and brother's thoughts about this. The Holy Ji Palace will support him wholeheartedly, creating the best conditions for Luli to become a saint. Everyone nodded. They all knew about this. Bai Luli was the next owner of the Holy Ji Palace that they had selected internally. The barren state had not had a saint for many years. Now, they needed a saint to appear. The Holy Ji Palace was the same, they could not afford to wait any longer. However, Sage Dozhan had other plans. Although Bai Luli had proven that he had the potential to become a saint and had received the recognition of the Sage Hall's elders, in the future, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could be his rival. In the Holy Ji Palace's law battle area, before the law battle tablet, many people had gathered and were looking astoundingly at a piece of news on the tablet. Yi Futian had obtained the right to enter the Sage Hall and cultivate. What is going on here? Many people were bewildered. They were all cultivating in the palace and naturally did not know what had happened far off in Alchemy City. However, they could guess that it was related to Yi Futian's trip to Alchemy City. What did Yi Futian do this time in Alchemy City? Why did he obtain the right to enter the Sage Hall all of a sudden? Even the current law rank first, Shimin Hanjiang was still waiting for his right to enter the Sage Hall. However, what awaited him was Yi Futian skipping him and obtaining the right to enter the Sage Hall. Big brother Futian is really capable. There was a beautiful girl grinning happily, it was Long Linger. Now that she had gotten to know more about the Holy Ji Palace, she naturally knew what the Sage Hall meant. He's Yi Futian indeed. Shocking people with his every move. Many of those who had entered in the same batch as him discussed. Most of the people in his batch admired Yi Futian. The memories of the sparring session 2 years ago were still fresh in their head. Yi Futian was the only one who dared to face the seniors. Mu Jiqiu was also there. She was speechless. That fellow was getting stronger and stronger. The law rank has also changed, someone shouted at that moment. They saw an elder from the palace coming forward to renew the law rank. Their gazes were all fixed on one name, Yi Futian. When they saw Yi Futian's name at its new position, all their gazes froze and expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. This. They had all imagined that after 2 years of not fighting anyone, Yi Futian had only recently taught Shimingu a lesson. If he were to fight someone, he would not remain 10th on the law rank, and there was a chance he could enter the top 3. However, nobody had imagined that Yi Futian's name would appear on the top of the law rank. Law rank, first. He had replaced Shimin Hanjiang. This scene was too shocking. Shimin Hanjiang had spent 6 years to reach where he was. However, he did not even warm the seat before Yi Futian rushed up the rank and replaced him. Why is it like this? There was a teenager who walked forward and questioned loudly. It was Shimingu, the current batch's first in the entrance examination. The moment he entered the palace, he had been violently beaten up by Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, causing his reputation to decline rapidly. Now, his brother Shimin Hanjiang's name had been taken and lowered to rank 2 on the law rank while Yi Futian was first. He had never exchanged blows with his brother or had any outstanding performance in the Holy Ji Palace. What right did he have? The law rank has never required any explanation. the elder looked at Shimengu and replied emotionlessly. Even if he was the first in the entrance examination, he had no right to question the low rank. If he was unhappy about the rankings, he could simply challenge the first and get it back through his own strength. The low rank would then change again. When Shimengu entered the palace, he was taught a lesson by Yi Futian, but Shimen Hanjiang did not step in. This time, Yi Futian replaced him as the first on the low rank and obtained the right to enter the Sage Hall. No matter how much self-restraint Shimen Hanjiang has, he probably cannot bear it, many people thought. This was no longer a matter of restraint, but the palace thinking that Yi Futian was more outstanding than Shimen Hanjiang. Moreover, the palace felt that Yi Futian was far more outstanding. As the previous first on the low rank, how prideful would he be, could he take it lying down? The news quickly spread to the Sage Palace, into the ears of Shimen Hanjiang and the other Sage Palace disciples. Presently, there were many people gathered around Shimen Hanjiang. Bai Zhe, Zhuge Xing and many others had come. When they heard the news, they were equally infuriated, especially Bai Zhe. From the moment he had entered the palace, he had had enmity with Yi Futian. The entire palace knew that as long as Yi Futian, there would be no place for Bai Zhe, he would always be suppressed. Now, Yi Futian was first on the low rank and permitted to enter the Sage Hall. How could this be? Shimen Hanjiang maintained his silence from start to the end. Back then, when his younger brother Shimengu had been beaten up, he did not exact vengeance for him. His younger brother was to blame for being insufferably arrogant and provoking Yi Futian, so he ordered him to focus on his cultivation. He had been cultivating diligently, hoping to obtain the approval of the palace one day to enter the Sage Hall. However, he had not received such news but had heard that Yi Futian had obtained the right to enter the Sage Hall. Not only that, he had been replaced on the low rank. Yi Futian had entered the palace for 3 years, but the only time he had ever shown his ability was on the sparring session 2 years ago. He had been silent for the next 2 years. Why was he granted such an honor? Look at him, for the past 6 years, he had defeated many opponents and quelled all suspicions about him. Those geniuses who entered the palace at the same time at him had all been overtaken by him. However, there was now a junior above him. He raised his head and looked into the air, taking a deep breath. Since the Holy Ji Palace was doubting him, he would prove himself. In the Holy Ji Palace, there was a huge commotion about the low rank renewal and Yi Futian being allowed into the Sage Hall. However, at that moment, outside the Holy Ji Palace, there was a group of people returning. It was Yi Futian's group who had just returned from Alchemy City and did not know about what was happening in the palace. Chapter 645. When Yi Futian returned to the Holy Ji Palace, news of his return spread throughout the palace. Next, in the Battle Sage Palace, Qi Jia found Yi Futian and notified him of his qualification to enter the Sage Hall and the change on the low rank. When Yi Futian returned to the Holy Ji Palace, news of his return spread throughout the palace. Next, in the Battle Sage Palace, Qi Jia found Yi Futian and notified him of his qualification to enter the Sage Hall and the change on the low rank. When Yi Futian heard Qi Jia's words, a strange expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that his battle in the Alchemy City had not only solved his brother's problem and gotten him a ritual implement, but it had also earned him the qualification to enter the Sage Hall to cultivate. This was an unexpected surprise. As for being first on the low rank, he did not care. After all, it would have happened sooner or later. 3 years ago, when you entered the palace, you were the target of many. 2 years ago, you proved yourself in the sparring session. I didn't expect that you would rise to the first on the low rank so quickly. Do you know how many people in the palace are looking for you now? Qi Jia said with a fake smile. Among the thousands of disciples in the palace, the first on the low rank meant that he was the number one in the noble plane and could represent his generation. From Bai Luli to Hua Fan to Yi Futian. Every one of them could represent a generation of disciples. Previously, everyone thought that Shimen Hanjiang would become the generation symbol, but they had not expected that it would be taken away by Yi Futian so quickly. This way, Shimen Hanjiang would be simply a transitional character. He must have been very angry. Yi Futian paid no notice and smiled. So what if they could find him? Brother, when can I enter the Sage Hall? Yi Futian was more concerned about that. The Sage Hall probably contained the palace's saint teachings. The Holy Ji Palace's divine teachings were known as the Sage Hall. It would definitely be more complete than the divine teachings in the top 3 schools and might be an opportunity for him. He had returned this time, preparing to cultivate and raise his strength, raising his cultivation level to the pinnacle of the noble plane and attempting to break through to the sage plane. He could only be considered an expert in the barren state after he had broken through to the sage plane. You can enter as a grade 1 noble. Even among the palace's disciples, only a select few can enter the Sage Hall. Even the first on the law rank might not be able to enter the Sage Hall. Take Shimin Hanjiang for example. However, those who enter the Sage Hall are definitely the first on the law rank. Qi Jia smiled and replied. Yi Futian wondered if the change on the law rank was because he had obtained the qualification to enter the Sage Hall, so he needed to be first. Entering the Sage Hall at that level can assist you in breaking through to the Sage Plane, Qi Jia explained. Yi Futian nodded and replied, if that is so, I will need to focus on my cultivation for a period of time. Thank you for coming to inform me, brother. Make sure you focus. Qi Jia smiled and left. After Qi Jia left, Lu Lanxue and Yi Qingxian looked curiously at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The two of them had not gone to Alchemy City, so what had happened that the elders in the palace had made such a decision before they had even returned? They had also heard much discussion in the past few days. Rumor had it that to enter the Sage Hall, all 6 palaces had to gather for a discussion, and more than half had to agree to the decision. This meant that at least 4 of the 6 palaces in the Holy Ji Palace had agreed for Yi Futian to enter the Sage Hall. Evidently, Yi Futian had moved the palace's elders. What did you do? Yi Qingxian moved up close to Yi Futian and asked cutely. Ask your man, Yi Futian smiled and replied. Yi Qingxian glared at him, then saw Yi Futian smile at her and say, oh right, Yu Sheng brought you a gift from the Alchemy City. Yi Qingxian blinked and looked at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng scratched his head shyly. Back then, when they had placed their bets in the Alchemy Casino, he had placed a bet using Ning Huang's halberd and picked some good items for Qingxian using his spoils of victory. Yes. Yu Sheng nodded. Yi Qingxian came up to him and hugged his arm. Hey, my wife isn't around, don't show off how happy your relationship is in front of me. Yi Futian smiled and poked fun at them, then continued, Yu Sheng, have a good rest today. We need to focus on cultivating starting tomorrow. You need to enter the upper noble plane soon. Now that Futian was in the upper noble plane, Yu Sheng's cultivation level could not fall behind him, so he needed to ensure Yu Sheng's cultivation speed. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded and was then dragged away by Yi Qingxian. Before she left, Yi Qingxian made a face at Yi Futian. Show off, Yi Futian smiled and said. He then turned to Lu Lanxue and said, I brought you a gift too. As he said that, he took out 2 items. One of them was a treasure book. He passed it to Lu Lanxue and said, the sage treasure book you had previously is too weak now. This book is at the pinnacle of the sage plane and has a secret methods index within. It can also be assimilated into your life spirit. After that, Yi Futian took out another transparent water crystal and passed it to Lu Lanxue. The crystal appeared to have a giant snake within it. This is a crystal made from a water element demonic beast, the vine serpent's spiritual will. It can combine with your spiritual energy and assist you in your cultivation. It can support you by increasing your spiritual energy and your water intent and can even be used in battle, Yi Futian said. The vine serpent was an extremely strong water element demonic beast and could freeze people on sight as it had innate water element spiritual capabilities. Thank you, Lu Lanxue said as she took the items. She liked the 2 treasures very much. Yi Futian evidently put in a lot of effort into picking them, and they were very suitable for her cultivation. This time, we had a lot of spoils in Alchemy City. All of us got elite sage plane ritual implements, so I got you too as well. Yi Futian looked at Lu Lanshue's indifferent expression. The hardest debt to repay was relationships. Although he had seen through the Celestial Empress' intentions, he still felt a tinge of guilt towards Lulan Shui. If Lulan Shui had wanted anything, he would feel that it was okay, but Lulan Shui's selflessness made him feel that he owed her all the more. Big brother, me. Beside him, the black-winged condor flapped its wings and said softly to Yi Futian. What about you? Yi Futian looked back at the black-winged condor and asked. The black-winged condor blinked its eyes, thinking, Big brother, aren't you very smart? I've already given you such an obvious hint. It can't be that you want a treasure too. Yi Futian looked at him with a knowing smile and replied. This fellow had become crafty too. No, of course not. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, the black-winged condor shuddered and replied, It's just that I've missed you. Sigh, he's bullying me for not being a human. Be good, there are no more treasures. I'll get some for you next time. Yi Futian smiled and stroked the black-winged condor's head. The black-winged condor obediently lowered its head, thinking, as long as I follow Big Brother, I will still do well in the future. Big Brother Futian, at that moment, a crisp voice sounded out. A slim, tall girl rushed up and hugged Yi Futian's arm. She glared at him and said, Big Brother Futian, how could go out and have fun without me? You just entered the palace to cultivate and you're already thinking of going out? Yi Futian looked speechlessly at the little devil in front of him. I'm unhappy, Long Linger pouted and said unhappily. Brother brought you a gift, Yi Futian smiled while saying. He then took out a treasure for Long Linger. At the side, the black-winged condor eyes were as wide as plates. This is what he meant by no more treasures. Sigh, life is tough for a condor. If only I was a human, no, a beauty. I knew that Big Brother Futian treated me best. Long Linger immediately became happy. The black-winged condor stood at the side, silently saying to himself, an 18-year-old girl, how could you, master? You're worse than a beast. Yi Futian had finally placated the little devil and got some peace. He gave Lulan Shui some orders, then walked straight to his residence, preparing for a good rest. He thought whether or not he wanted to ask Jiayu to come over and rest together. In some aspects, he admired his fourth brother. In the next few days, there were people looking for Yi Futian every day, but they were all stopped by Lulan Shui, claiming that Yi Futian was cultivating in seclusion and would not meet anyone nor take any challenges. Since the people who had gone to Alchemy City had already returned, the incident in Alchemy City naturally could not be kept under wraps. Soon, everyone knew that Yi Futian had led the Holy Ji Palace's disciples to Alchemy City and swept the geniuses of Alchemy City, killing the Alchemy Conference's #1 and defeating Alchemy City's #1 prodigy. Many disciples lamented that this fellow was too much of a prodigy. It was no wonder that he had reached the first on the law rank. However, some of the elite noble plane figures on the law rank still wanted to spar with Yi Futian to ascertain their cultivation results. Although Yi Futian had defeated many geniuses in Alchemy City, they had not been to Alchemy City, so they did not know how strong those people were. The Holy Ji Palace's disciples were originally a congregation of the Baron State's most elite geniuses. However, those who had wanted to look for Yi Futian to spar were all denied access under the claim that he was in seclusion. In reality, he was simply not free. Inside the Daozang Palace, many people had gathered outside. Today was the day that Sage Daozang would give his lecture again. Lian Yuqing, Yun Shuisheng, Xiang Zhiqin, Yun Feng, and a few other of Sage Daozang's disciples were in the crowd. Little sister, you went to Alchemy City. This time, Yi Futian became first on the law rank. What do you think about it? At that moment, one of the experts on the law rank looked towards Xiang Zhiqin and asked. He naturally did not ask Hua Jieyu, nor did he ask Phoenix or Yun Shuisheng. These two had accompanied Yi Futian there and were quite close with him. Xiang Zhiqin recalled the battle and Yi Futian's figure appeared in her head. She looked at him and replied softly, it's well deserved. The surrounding people looked at her with surprised expressions. Everyone knew about the conflict between Xiang Zhiqin and Yi Futian. Now that Xiang Zhiqin said such things about him, it was indeed intriguing. Ji although Yi Futian managed to sweep all of Alchemy City, he is still a grade 3 noble. Although his potential may be deserving of rank 1, the law rank first has never been awarded to experts with potential. He only managed to defeat D Gang in a tough battle, but everyone at the top of the law rank are elite nobles. Are they weaker than Alchemy City's D Gang? Beside her, Yun Feng continued, moreover, Brother Lien has long been at the pinnacle of the noble plane. Now, he is approaching the brink of the sage plane. The palace must be exaggerating by placing Yi Futian as the law rank first. Even Yi Futian has been avoiding challenges these few days. In the past 2 years, Yun Feng had gradually gotten over his trauma. However, Yi Futian had returned and became first on the law rank, causing him to be extremely frustrated. Lien Yuqing did not say anything. 3 years ago, he was 5th on the law rank. Now, 3 years had passed. He was a genius that had entered in the same batch as Hua Fan. He was still the 5th on the law rank, but the names in front of him had changed greatly. Xiang Zhiqin looked at Lien Yuqing, then said softly, in terms of pure battle ability, there is probably nobody who can compete with him in the palace. Many people were astounded and turned to look at Bing Yi, Phoenix, and Hua Jieyu. The 3 of them sat quietly, not interested in the least, as though they had not heard the conversation going on. This scene made many of the Daozang Palace's disciples speechless. Out of the Daozang Palace's 4 elite beauties, 3 of them had extremely good relations with Yi Futian and had accompanied him to Alchemy City. Now, even Xiang Zhiqin, who had a grudge against Yi Futian, was speaking up for him. Lien Yuqing, who had been sitting quietly, raised his head slightly, looking at the Daozang Palace in front of him. The memories from the sparring session 2 years ago were still fresh in his mind. He had personally witnessed Yi Futian receiving the legacy of the 9-fingered Guqin demon. That was something that he had always wanted but was unable to obtain. For the past 2 years, he had cultivated in silence. Just like Yi Futian, he had not fought anyone. When has the law rank first been so casually decided? Lien Yuqing asked softly, and the surrounding disciples' expressions all froze. Was this Lien Yuqing's attitude? Yi Futian had never had a battle with the elites of the palace. Although all the disciples acknowledged that his potential was unrivaled, that was the first spot on the law rank. If he was placed second, he would not garner such a huge reaction. Now, many people probably had the same attitude as Lien Yuqing. Chapter 646, Yi Futian kept training in the Battle Sage Palace. While voices of doubt had been all over the place in the Holy Ji Palace, he paid no heed to it and chose not to fight to prove anything. He did not even say a word about anything. As such, those voices kept circulating throughout. While there were many who believed him, it seemed that those voices would stay around until he came out to prove himself. Yi Futian kept training in the Battle Sage Palace. While voices of doubt had been all over the place in the Holy Ji Palace, he paid no heed to it and chose not to fight to prove anything. He did not even say a word about anything. As such, those voices kept circulating throughout. While there were many who believed him, it seemed that those voices would stay around until he came out to prove himself. Many top-notch figures ranked on law rank spoke out. For instance, Lien Yuqing criticized Yi Futian and voiced his doubt openly during the day Sage Daozang was giving a lecture, demanding to know since when had the law rank come to give such little regard about the rankings. The Holy Ji Palace was known for its openness, and students were pretty much allowed to do as they pleased. It was not even seen as problematic to doubt the rankings on law rank. So long as they had the power to back their claims, they were free to break the rankings through their own actions. The elders of the Holy Ji Palace did nothing to intervene. A tower was placed in the compound of the Battle Sage Palace where Yi Futian lived. Yi Futian sat cross-legged within the tower. Fearsome flowing lights circled around the tower. Violent lightning bolts, earth-shattering tornadoes, terrifying flames, bone-chilling frost and so on. The will of every element was suppressed within the tower, and they were brought to bear on Yi Futian. The tower was a deliberate attempt to imitate the sky-reaching tower of the Holy Ji Palace by Yu Qi. It was built for refining one's body, and Yi Futian was welcome to train his body up any time he wished to use it. At the same time, the tower also served as a place to temper one's will. Furthermore, that ritual implement allowed him to adjust the magnitude of force which he wished to subject himself to. Everything was controlled by his own will. It was the prowess of a masterpiece crafted by the best master armorer there was. At the very least, a treasure that was made specifically for refining one's body like that was not something the Holy Ji Palace was capable of creating. Only top-notch figures from Alchemy City were capable of such a feat. It was due to such reasons that Alchemy City enjoyed a prestigious status in all of the barren state. Yi Futian halted his training, shrinking the tower back to the size of a palm and put it away. Yi Futian walked out of the compound. His progress seemed to be getting increasingly slow. While he was already a grade 3 noble, it seemed like it would have taken a while more still before he could become a grade 1 noble. Lulan, how is Yusheng doing? Yi Futian asked Lulan Shui. I heard that he made it through to superior noble planes a while ago, Lulan Shui replied. Yi Futian smiled in response, thinking it to be a normal occurrence. Is there anything else happening in the Holy Ji Palace as of lately? Lulan Shui looked uneasy at the question, telling him, there are many who doubt your rank as number 1 on law rank. Phoenix looked for you for a while, saying that there is something she needed to talk to you about training, but she left as soon as she heard that you are shutting yourself in to train. There are many others who came to the Battle Sage Palace, but I dismissed all of them. Go to Daozang Palace and tell Phoenix that she is welcome to look for me anytime. Other than that, keep an eye on Jieyu and see if she is training, Yi Futian said, thinking that Hua Jieyu was not being nice, as she made no attempt to come look for him. He could have just go to Daozang Palace himself, but he found it tiresome to deal with all those trivial matters. He had kicked up quite a ruckus back in Daozang Palace, and he would have made himself the center of attention again if he were to show up there. Will do. Lulan Shui nodded lightly and left. Yi Futian remained where he was and heard someone coming. It was Yusheng, and he said to Yi Futian just as soon as he came close enough, if there is someone who doesn't like you, you can just go tell them to shut up. Outstanding people invite jealousy from others all the time. Yi Futian added with a smile, can you just tell everyone to shut up then? I couldn't care less, just as they leave me alone. Yusheng felt rather startled at Yi Futian and nodded seriously. Outstanding, How does it feel breaking through? Yi Futian asked. Would you like to have a go? Yusheng felt rather energetic. Despite the brutal processes involved in training, he felt himself exploding with power all over his body after every session. After he began practicing the Broken Heaven techniques, it was as if he needed to exude that extra energy all the time. Yeah right, get lost, Yi Futian cursed under his breath. He would have rather fought a grade 1 noble like Di Gang instead of fighting Yusheng, who was of the same plane. Yusheng's body was so tough that Yi Futian would have risked hurting himself fighting Yusheng instead of hurting the other guy. Let's go out for a bit. Yi Futian began walking. Both of them left the compound and came to the edge of Battle Sage Palace. He stared at the tall, magnificent Holy Ji Palace before him, thinking that 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yushi was about to give birth in the coming months, and Yi Futian would then become an uncle of the baby. Yusheng, where do you think Godfather is? Yi Futian thought about how he had not been seeing his godfather in 10 years, and could not have helped himself but ask. Yusheng shook his head. It had been quite a while since the last time Yi Futian asked. It has been quite a number of years and I'm wondering if he has gotten old, if he is still watching us train. Yi Futian chuckled. If his godfather was indeed somebody as claimed, there was no way his godfather could have turned old yet. A few figures were seen coming from afar. Yi Futian saw beautiful silhouettes with bright smiles on their faces. Here comes my wife, Yi Futian shouted with a smile, and Hua Jieyu rolled her eyes. Phoenix, Yi Futian addressed the other girl. I have developed comprehension of a type of spirit zone and spell. Care to have a look? Phoenix asked Yi Futian. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Phoenix cast her gaze forward, unleashing a streak of overbearing aura. The air around her turned heavy and fearsome as tree elemental spiritual chi whipped about around. Fire elemental spiritual chi turned especially fearsome. A terrifying shadow of a phoenix appeared in the air all of a sudden, basking in undying fires out to burn everything down. Yi Futian cast his gaze forward, unleashing all-powerful cold will to snuff the fires out. Yet the fire of the phoenix lit up again as if a phoenix was becoming increasingly powerful, basking in fire. Very well done. Yi Futian smiled. This is flames of nirvana. While it is a type of fusion power, I feel something is missing still, Phoenix said. Do not attempt to deliberately try to control the spiritual chi. Focus on your spirit zone. There is no need to deliberately try to sense the elemental nature of the spiritual chi. The spell will come on its own, Yi Futian elaborated. He extended his hand as soon as he finished, conjuring a powerful spirit zone, and a spell was born as well. The flames within the air felt as if they were being frozen, before dissipating entirely. A flash of realization was seen in Phoenix's eyes and she nodded. I will try again when I return. Yi Futian had developed an unusually deep understanding of the workings of this particular area. The difference between the noble plane and the planes before lied within the noble will. Yi Futian was already at the pinnacle when the understanding of will was concerned, and there was no doubt that he was a noble at the pinnacle of his training. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded lightly and turned his eyes elsewhere. He gazed at a place not far before him. There was a silhouette carrying an ancient sword. A girl, tall, lithe and exuding an aura of brilliance. Yan Qingwu, Yi Futian looked at the girl below and said. She was ranked second on the law rank, and she was better at swordsmanship than her brother, Yan Zhou. I heard that you defeated my brother again in Alchemy City, Yan Qingwu said. Your brother? Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. I've stopped considering him my match for quite a while. You can say whatever you like since you are now ranked first on the law rank. There are many who admire you in the Holy Ji Palace, and you've gained the right to enter the Sage Hall. I'd really like to see for myself how powerful you truly are. Would you mind? Yan Qingwu said. The difference between you and me is too great. There is no point to doing so, Yi Futian said. You requested to battle against the noble at the pinnacle of their training on the sparring sessions back when you were still a grade 8 noble. If you were able to do so, why can't I? Yan Qingwu asked. That was different. Yi Futian said, but if you wanted to test yourself so badly, give it a shot. Yan Qingwu nodded, conjuring countless sword will around her in an instant. She came to bask herself in the dazzling light of the sword as well, gathering the sword will around her. She turned to look incredibly blinding before turning herself into a sword and coming for Yi Futian. Yi Futian spared a glance at her before bursting incredibly powerful noble will. In that very split second, Yan Qingwu felt everything around her slow, and she herself became incredibly heavy. Her sword was in the same state as she was. She soon found herself unable to move, being frozen in the air. She turned her eyes at the silhouette dressed in white and came to realize the difference in power between them. Was this the power of the will of a true top-notch genius noble? Boom! The pressure was lifted in a second. Her body and sword kept moving forward like a bolt of lightning, but Yi Futian was soon seen stopping her sword between his fingers. The sword aura around her raged, but Yi Futian hardly budged. If you are thinking about surpassing me, I'm afraid that is something you will never be able to achieve, Yi Futian said with a smile. He then twisted his fingers, flinging Yan Qingwu with her sword far away, making her look rather awkward. As she steadied herself and looked at Yi Futian, Yan Qingwu felt as if she was standing right in front of a near insurmountable mountain. If you take pride in yourself so much, why don't you just go prove yourself in front of the students and dispel their doubts once and for all? Yan Qingwu asked. Yi Futian looked at Yan Qingwu and smiled. The responding dragon was known as the Lord of the Skies, the rock was called the Celestial King. While the rock might actually fight with the responding dragon to see who reigns supreme in the air, have you ever heard of the rock actually proving its abilities to eagles? Make no mistake. I'm the current number 1 on the law rank. Yan Qingwu felt a shudder deep down as soon as Yi Futian finished. It was something that came from her soul. Her eyes followed the smiling young man, as she continued to feel a thick air of pride around him. She had never had such bold words before, and she had never seen anyone smiling so confidently. Since when did the rock need to prove itself to eagles? The rock would only fight with the responding dragon to see who reigned supreme in the air. That line meant that Futian would only fight with the best. Those who doubted him were hardly worth his time, and he deemed it pointless to prove himself. Who will be considered the best in Futian's eyes? Someone like Bai Luli. He was being very apt with one thing: he is the current number one on the law rank. He doesn't need to prove to anyone else about anything. The law rank itself is the best proof there is. Yan Qingwu left, but she kept feeling restless. His words moved her deeply. She thought herself to be a genius like no other and was very arrogant, thinking she was some superior being. She only came to realize that if she wanted to go far, she did not need that sense of superiority around her, as the ones she needed to compete with were those who were more exceptional than she was. The sense of superiority came only when one competed with weaklings. Chapter 647. The words that Futian said to Yan Qingwu shook the entire Holy Ji Palace to its core in no time. Him being granted entrance to the Sage Hall and his status as the number one in the law rank contributed to the hype surrounding him. Even though those ranked high in the law rank gave their opinions on the matter, no one had expected Futian's long-awaited comment to be so overbearing and imposing. He likened him to the Lord of the Skies, and he made it clear that he did not bother proving anything to the ones who doubted him. All that meant that the very reason he did not bother replying was simply because he had never bothered himself with the opinions of those who doubted him, right from the very beginning. The rock did not, after all, bothered itself with what eagles thought about it. The words that Futian said to Yan Qingwu shook the entire Holy Ji Palace to its core in no time. Him being granted entrance to the Sage Hall and his status as the number one in the law rank contributed to the hype surrounding him. Even though those ranked high in the law rank gave their opinions on the matter, no one had expected Futian's long-awaited comment to be so overbearing and imposing. He likened him to the Lord of the Skies, and he made it clear that he did not bother proving anything to the ones who doubted him. All that meant that the very reason he did not bother replying was simply because he had never bothered himself with the opinions of those who doubted him, right from the very beginning. The rock did not, after all, bothered itself with what eagles thought about it. His comment was seen as an insult to countless mighty ones in the Holy Ji Palace, as everyone who had doubted him was looked down on, including those who ranked high on the law rank. It was as if Futian was saying, "I'll never consider you worthy of fighting me." There were also quite a lot who defended Futian. Many students of the same batch as he even began to look up to him. Such was the bearing of the one ranked first on the law rank. Futian, after all, dared to provoke all of his seniors back in the sparring sessions about 3 years ago. More than 2 years had passed since, and he had gone on a trip to Alchemy City, bringing with him a group of students and practically went mopping the place with the best Alchemy City had to offer. He became the champion of law rank as soon as he returned. Legends were usually made in such ways. Futian had always had such potential, and many wondered how many great achievements awaited him in the future. Many made their way to the Battle Sage Palace and were able to tell, thanks to what Futian had said that day, there would definitely be people who were eager to fight him. Many of those who ranked high on the law rank were students who entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 or even 9 years ago. Those people were equally as prideful, and they were not going to tolerate a latecomer stealing their thunder with such insolent words. In a nutshell, there would definitely be someone who was eager to see for themselves what the number one on the law rank was made of. As many expected, the masses beneath the Battle Sage Palace grew as more and more people gathered there. The majority, however, simply watched what was about to happen silently from below. Futian took note of the fact that more people showed up at his door. As such, he simply stayed where he was and made no attempt to leave. He did not bother with the growing numbers outside and went on to keep chatting with Hua Jieyu and Phoenix. Even Long Linger came to the Battle Sage Palace after catching wind of what happened. Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Su Ke, Yi Wuchen, Zui Qianqiu, and many others gathered around as well. Seems to me that something interesting is about to happen. Su Ke lied on the ground at the edge of the battle sage palace and said, "Qianqiu, do you have any wine with you?" "No," Zui Qianqiu answered casually. "Qianqiu, be generous, will you? How can there be no wine at a time and place like this?" Su Ke added with a smile. Zui Qianqiu would not have had a drunkard's name if he was ever seen to not have wine with him. There is a price to pay for such a show, you know. Yi Futian glanced at Su Quebec. That guy sure knows how to have a good time. Don't look at me this time. You were all the rage back in that battle in Alchemy City, while we were simply coolies tagging along. Just look whose name is the first place on the law rank A. I'm not doing any work for anyone right now, Su Ke said lethargically. He felt himself being taken advantage of back in Alchemy City, and he felt he needed some form of compensation for that. You're not really thinking that I need to get someone with your abilities, are you? Yi Futian asked with a sarcastic smirk. Su Ke was startled and speechless. He felt like beating someone up, looking at Yi Futian being all smug and pompous. You think I'm just going to fall for that, eh? Su Ke turned around and smirked, then continued to lay on the ground. Some who are ranked high on the law rank have come. Many scanned the crowd beneath the battle sage palace and found several said mighty ones. There is Zhou Hao. Many turned their eyes to a corner somewhere. Zhou Hao, who was ranked 10th on the law rank, ranked 9th before all the ruckus. As Yi Futian went on to rank 1st on law rank, all of a sudden, his place had to be pushed one rank. That was the first one of the top 10 on the law rank to appear other than Yi Futian. Someone from Daozang Palace is coming. The crowd turned to the other direction. Many from Daozang Palace showed up one after another, among them being personal students of Sage Daozang, Xiang Zhiqin and Yun Feng. The one in the middle of the group was one who ranked 5th on law rank, Lian Yuqing. Many were surprised to see Lian Yuqing showing up, as no one had expected it. Yi Futian had provoked Lian Yuqing in the sparring sessions 2 years ago. He went on a battle of skills in the art of Guqin with Lian Yuqing and won. His playing resonated with the Guqin Valley and he acquired the lineage of Lu Guangsheng, the nine-fingered Guqin devil. It was said that Lian Yuqing disputed Yi Futian's rank on the law rank openly, demanding to know since when had the law rank become such a mess. However, Yi Futian's overbearing reply that day meant Lian Yuqing too became one of those he looked down on. There was another person who ranked high on law rank from Daozang Palace, Yun Shuisheng. However, she was rather close with Yi Futian, and there were some who recalled Yi Futian flirting with Yun Shuisheng when he first entered the Holy Ji Palace, so much so that he ended up being marked for death by her. No one knew why she ended up forgiving Yi Futian eventually, and some went on to speculate if it was due to Yi Futian being handsome. By Zhe, Zhuge Xing, many looked in another direction. The students of Holy Sage Pavilion arrived as well. They seemed to be searching for someone, but Shimin Hanjiang was nowhere to be seen. It was surprising for many that the former number 1 who had had his prestigious place taken did not show up. Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing looked up at the edge of the battle sage palace and saw Yi Futian sitting there enjoying himself, chatting with those around him, as if he did not notice the crowd gathering beneath. Zhuge Xing felt a tinge of pain in his chest seeing Hua Jieyu at Yi Futian's side. The very reason he clashed with Yi Futian back when he entered the Holy Ji Palace was due to Hua Jieyu. He felt that Hua Jieyu, as someone who had awakened her talents as divine spiritual sorcerer, should have belonged to him instead of a nobody. 3 years had passed since and Yi Futian was now ranked 1st on the law rank, well known all over the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Xing himself, however, was still a nobody in the Holy Ji Palace. Compared to those around him, his prowess was hardly worth mentioning. Bai Zhe had proposed the idea of having Hua Jieyu train in the Holy Sage Pavilion and had a thing for her. She was, after all, a beauty like none other. No one would have even objected if Hua Jieyu was said to be the most beautiful of all the ladies in the Holy Ji Palace. However, Bai Zhe's attachment to Hua Jieyu was nothing compared to the resentment he felt towards Yi Futian. Before entering the Holy Ji Palace, all attention was on him. As the second son of White Cloud City and the younger brother of Bai Luli, he was the very center of attention, and Yi Futian came to become his nightmare. Yi Futian's words that day provoked an untold number of people, and they wanted to see for themselves what actually enabled the one who ranked first on low rank to say what he said. Be quick to state your business, if you do have any business with me. If nothing else, I'll be leaving soon. A calm voice was heard from the battle sage palace, and the words stunned everyone within earshot. That fellow really thinks little of the mighty ones in the Holy Ji Palace, However, many kept their hopes up nonetheless. Having studied in the Holy Ji Palace for about 3 years, Yi Futian had made quite a reputation for himself, and that was furthered by the fact that he took the most prestigious spot among the students for himself. In actual fact, however, Yi Futian seemed to have never fought any truly spectacular battles within the walls of the Holy Ji Palace, especially against the top-notch figures of the place. The fuss he kicked up in the sparring session back then was hardly considered battling. Lian Yuqing had, of course, been more powerful than Yi Futian back then, and the battle was simply a battle of skills in the art of Guqin. Is he, the one who made a stunning name for himself in the whole of Holy Ji Palace, going to finally stand at the ultimate battlefield and face his toughest challenge? Who will be the first person to face him? Yi Futian killed the one who ranked first on alchemy rank in an instant and defeated the number 1 figure in Alchemy City. It would have probably been very difficult to get Yi Futian to move. Even those with a place on low rank would have to have a very high rank before they were deemed capable of such a feat. Rumor has it that you likened yourself to the rock just a while ago and took all who doubted you to be eagles. A voice was heard, and everyone turned their eyes. The one who spoke was none other than Zhou Hao, who ranked 10th on low rank. The one who spoke was also the very person who took Yi Futian's former rank on the low rank. Yes, I did. Yi Futian remained sitting on the ground and glanced at Zhou Hao below. The slender young man exuded an air of sharpness about him, making it seem like he was about to shoot for the skies. Well then, it seems like I'll be one of those eagles you speak of, and this eagle is very interested to see how high you, the rock, are capable of flying, Zhou Hao said, looking at Yi Futian. Your name? Yi Futian said plainly. Many looked astonished at the 2 words uttered. Yi Futian did not even bother knowing someone ranked 10th on low rank. Actually, Yi Futian knew very little people in the Holy Ji Palace. He had been busy training in the past 3 years, and with the exception of that sparring session where he got to see many around him, he seldom interacted with any of the palace's students. As such, the number of people he knew was very limited. Zhou Hao looked just as astonished. He did not expect all that. Yi Futian did not even know his name, a renowned figure ranked 10th on the Holy Ji Palace's low rank. It was a humiliation like no other, yet he simply smirked and said, Zhou Hao. Yi Futian recalled something, as it seemed that the one who ranked before him was someone named Zhou Hao. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Hao leaped into the air, bursting in dazzling brilliance. Everyone who ranked in the top 10 on the low rank, with the exception of Yi Futian, were all top-notch nobles. Zhou Hao was no exception. Right. Yi Futian nodded lightly but did not move. Yi Futian instead turned his eyes sideways and shouted, Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood and walked to the edge of Battle Sage Palace. Many froze in place as that scene unfolded before them, staring at the figures above them with startled looks. It seemed that everything was in place for a battle to begin, and everyone waited for Yi Futian to make a move. However, the man called for Yu Sheng instead. Is he trying to joke with us? Is Yu Sheng going to be the one to fight instead? Zhou Hao's face was ashen beyond belief. He did not mind that Yi Futian did not know his name, but at that very moment, he truly felt insulted. Zhou Hao was still one who ranked 10th on the low rank. Yi Futian might not have known him, but he could have at least given him the respect he deserved. You really want to do it like this? Zhou Hao glanced at Yu Sheng and asked, before turning his eyes back on Yi Futian. His voice was cold. After this battle, you will be out of the top 10, Yi Futian said plainly after he spared a glance at Zhou Hao beneath him. Chapter 648. Since there were people who doubted his place as number 1 on the low rank, Yi Futian saw fit to have Yu Sheng make it as one of the top 10 before he did anything. Since there were people who doubted his place as number 1 on the low rank, Yi Futian saw fit to have Yu Sheng make it as one of the top 10 before he did anything. After that battle, Yu Sheng would have a high ranking on the law rank. Zhou Hao, who was currently ranked 10th, would be kicked out of the top 10 as a result. Zhou Hao stared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. What Yi Futian was more than just arrogant, the man deemed himself to reign supreme above all, and cared nothing about the one who ranked 10th on the law rank. Yi Futian's arrogance was so astounding that he did not even see a need for himself to fight, having Yu Sheng do it instead. This is truly arrogance like none other. Boom! Blinding golden lights glittered and an old clock of incredible size appeared right behind Zhou Hao. The workings of the clock were crisp, exuding frighteningly appalling might like none other. A pair of incredibly bright golden wings appeared behind him, which looked like the wings of a divine eagle. Zhou Hao possessed two life spirits, the skyscraping clock and the golden flame eagle. He specialized in spiritual elemental powers and had developed abilities in many elements, such as metal, fire, wind, and so on. He trained in martial arts as well, making him a tough opponent. The one who ranked 10th on the law rank was no ordinary folk. Anyone who was capable of making into the Holy Ji Palace was an elite existing at a ratio of 1 in 1,000. Those ranked high on the law rank were especially so. All of them who were able to make it that high were nothing short of being geniuses. Many more arrived after hearing Yi Futian's metaphor. Yu Sheng stepped forward. His stout body stood tall in the air, bringing incredible pressure to bear on everyone around him. Yu Sheng looked like a god of war simply standing where he was, alone. Many seemed to have seen the shadow of Sage Dozhan just by looking at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng resembled Sage Dozhan more than Yi Futian as he was a natural-born warrior. It remained a question, however, if he proved adequate to fight Zhou Hao. Coldness was seen in Zhou Hao's eyes. He waved his hands, conjuring shadows of golden old clocks. His life spirit, the skyscraping clock, continued to grow in size, reaching the heavens and filling the air with terrifying spiritual will. Everything within the vicinity seemed to be covered in a very terrifying pressure. Zhou Hao, as one who ranked 10th on the law rank, knew well of the weakness of ones who devoted their time to train their bodies. Spiritual will attacks were the most effective against people like that. And he specialized in such attacks. His spiritual will melded with the space. The skyscraping clock shone in dazzling golden colors as it descended upon them in a crazed manner. Shadows of countless golden old clocks appeared, heading for Yu Sheng. At that very moment, even those far away and on the clock covered their ears and shut their senses off. Anyone who was of meager training backed away to any far corner. The formless spiritual will invaded minds and trembled within. The shockwave from such an attack was able to make them feel like they were being shaken to their core, and it was anyone's guess what it felt like the one being targeted by the attack. Countless shadows of golden old clocks continued descending, all of which were imbued with two types of incredibly violent offensive powers. Yu Sheng took one step forward. Streaks of light permeated through his body and the 7-star acupoints opened. His body seemed to be filled with powers of unparalleled violent nature. Furthermore, the 7-star acupoints activated his spiritual will powers, filling him with violent power all over his body. The giant old clock took the form of incredibly fearsome offensive power in Yu Sheng's mind, attempting to snuff out his willpower. However, the shadow of a devil was seen standing within, protecting his will, and remained unfazed in the face of the onslaught of spiritual will powers. However, Yu Sheng still felt uneasy about it all and knew he needed to get rid of his opponent quickly. Some body he has developed. Many looked at Yu Sheng's body taking on the attacks from the shadows of the old clocks and found it unbelievable that none of those attacks managed to make him budge. Yu Sheng was clad in dark golden armor. 5 acupoints were opened, making his physical body unbelievably strong. Spell, wing cutting, Zhou Hao uttered coldly. Pairs of golden wings manifested near Yu Sheng's body in an instant, whipping up terrifying tornadoes and turning into all-destroying blades that cut Yu Sheng's body up. Golden gashes were cut in the air as the blades went about. Many were shocked at the thought of what would happen to Yu Sheng if he was subject to such attacks. Yu Sheng glanced at the wings cutting the space around him about and shouted. An incredibly huge body of the devil appeared in an instant. The stout being was the Dozhan body he coalesced from his powers. He took one furious step on the air and the incredibly huge Dozhan body trembled. Dark golden light screens manifested around his body in an instant. When the extremely sharp golden wings zipped through the air, sharp, high-pitched noises were heard. While cuts were obviously dealt in the air, none of them were able to make it to Yusheng's body. Zhou Hao remained undeterred. He lashed out with his lands and whipped up even more terrifying golden storms. Other than the dazzling skyscraping clock, a shadow of the divine eagle appeared as well. The endless golden storms turned into a pair of wings, cutting up the air and bringing frightening might to bear between them. Yusheng looked up at the terrifying wings. The hands of the huge devil was seen clapping in the middle. When the wings cut down on Yusheng, his extraordinarily powerful arms closed, stopping the wings and pinning them right there. Fearsome light burst and devastating powers were unleashed. Zhou Hao's body turned into a bolt of lightning as he moved forward. More and more golden old clocks and golden wings went for Yusheng's gigantic body. Yusheng took a step forward. The huge devil's hands clenched into two fists, whipping up terrifying power as he launched a punch in the air. Hundreds of thousands of flashes of the fist were conjured in that one punch. It was as if the devil itself had launched the attack. It tore many of the old clocks apart in the air. The Dozhan body was an offensive tactic of extreme potency, imbued with incredible damage potential. Yi Futian's own meteor punch was something derived from this. Yusheng's abilities were different from Yi Futian's, as his punch was even simpler and more direct, yet it packed untold amount of force nonetheless. Boom! The wings of the Dozhan body took to resemble the wings of the devil as they slashed forward. Yusheng took one step in the air, heading for Zhou Hao as he turned into a true god of war. Boom! The earth and heavens shook as a powerful surge of martial arts will burst. Yusheng made it before Zhou Hao. An illusion welled up in Zhou Hao's mind. The incoming shadow of the devil seemed to demand every living thing to submit to it and live only to revere it. Zhou Hao's body backed away, yet dark golden devil halberd was seen raining down from the heavens, cutting through the air and preventing his escape. The huge devil threw yet another punch. Hundreds of thousands of fist were infused with that one attack, and terrifying flowing lights were conjured in the air, toppling everything before it. Zhou Hao was eventually able to feel the fearsome pressure behind the attack. The skyscraping clock lashed out but was quickly thrown off with a loud clang by the punch, as if it was to be split apart. Zhou Hao spat up blood as he whipped out with his wings to slash at Yusheng. The arms of the devil moved forward without care, killing anything that stood in their way. When the incredibly sharp wings cut down on it, gashes appeared on the arms. However, the arms moved forward without a care. Zhou Hao wanted to retreat, but Yusheng continued to move another step forward, bringing the might of his devil to bear as the fist went down on Zhou Hao. The punch covered Zhou Hao as he was sent flying. Boom! A grunt was heard as Zhou Hao's body was sent flying far away. Many followed the scene with their eyes and saw Zhou Hao's body looking smaller and smaller before he hit the ground. Zhou Hao was unable to even steady himself afterward. It was anyone's guess how many bones that one punch ended up breaking. Many turned to look at Yusheng, who was still standing in the air. They were shaken to their cores. They never knew Yusheng to be that terrifying before. As Yi Futian said before, Zhou Hao was no longer among the top 10 after the battle. Yusheng made it as one of the top-ranked figures on the low rank. Anyone else feeling displeased? Yusheng scanned everyone below coldly as he said with an imposing voice. Many of the proud sons and daughters of the Holy Ji Palace doubted Yi Futian's place as number 1 on the low rank. Yusheng thought that the only way to deal with such disputes was to simply beat them into submission. Zhou Hao, who previously ranked 10th on the low rank, did not get Yi Futian to move. He suffered a crushing defeat at Yusheng's hands instead. It was anyone's guess how many dared make a move after what happened. It now seemed that only the top 5 on the low rank were deemed capable of fighting Yi Futian. Yi Futian remained sitting where he was, watching his friend fight. Su Ke was seen lying, drinking with Zui Qianchou and Yi Wuchen. He said to the other two, I'm getting bored, shall we head back to Sword Palace? I'm thinking of leaving too. Zui Qianqiu nodded in agreement. He found what happened too ugly to behold. Are those two trying to bag the first and second place of the law rank for themselves? They were able to tolerate one insane genius, but two proved a little too much for them to stomach. Bai Zhe, Zhuge Xing, and the others looked unwell after seeing what happened. Bai Zhe had been crushed by Yu Sheng in that sparring session more than 2 years ago. Now, Yu Sheng proved powerful enough to defeat the one who ranked 10th on the law rank, and he did so as a grade 3 noble. That one battle would probably make him one of the top 3 on the law rank. 2 students of the Battle Sage Palace, in the same batch, would be taking 2 of the 3 places in the top 3. The Holy Sage Pavilion, the main institution out of all 6, never felt so weak in their batch. Another figure walked out in the resulting silence. Many looked rather elated seeing that figure make a move. So one of the top 5 is finally making a move. It was Lian Yuqing. He already ranked 5th on the law rank when Futian first entered the Holy Ji Palace. Furthermore, many in the Holy Ji Palace knew well of the feud between Lian Yuqing and Futian. You wish to fight? Yu Sheng looked down at Lian Yuqing. Lian Yuqing spared a glance at Yu Sheng before moving his gaze past him, looking at Futian at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and saying, during the sparring session 2 years ago, you bested me with the Yukio song. But your plane was too low back then. Now, you are number 1 on the law rank, and I'd like to see what the Yukio song is truly capable of once again. This time, however, it won't just be the battle of skills, but a true battle using musical spells. Many were able to tell what Lian Yuqing's words meant. He was never able to let go of the fact that he lost to Futian back in that sparring session all those years ago. That defeat remained a thorn at his side. What he truly wanted right there and then, was a true battle using the Guqin with Futian. Chapter 649, Futian gazed at Lian Yuqing. When he'd entered the law rank 3 years ago, Lian Yuqing had been extremely proud and arrogant. When he'd defeated Yun Feng, he'd injured him with musical sorcery. This was the beginning of their conflict. At the end of the year battle, Futian had invited him to listen to Yukio and defeated him with musical sorcery. Futian gazed at Lian Yuqing. When he'd entered the law rank 3 years ago, Lian Yuqing had been extremely proud and arrogant. When he'd defeated Yun Feng, he'd injured him with musical sorcery. This was the beginning of their conflict. At the end of the year battle, Futian had invited him to listen to Yukio and defeated him with musical sorcery. That day, he'd seen Lian Yuqing follow him into the Guqin Valley. He'd wanted to enter Lu Guangxing's relic, but had been powerless. He'd felt Lian Yuqing's sadness that day. It was obviously uncomfortable for a pride to be passed over by Futian. Lian Yuqing seemed to have been cultivating in private for the past 2 years. However, after Futian returned from Alchemy City and became first on the law rank, Lian Yuqing jumped out again. Jieyu had said unhappily that Lian Yuqing had declared before Sage Daozong that the law rank was so casual now. Their rivalry had already been created. Clearly, Lian Yuqing hadn't moved on from it yet. Chuckling, Futian said, "Then I'll make it easy for you." Everyone's eyes flashed at Futian's words. Would they see another incredible musical sorcery battle? It would be different from 2 years ago. Now, Futian was first on the law rank while Lian Yuqing was 5th. The musical battle between them would be a top fight between musical sorcery nobles of the palace. Yukio. Many people still thought about Yukio, one of the top musical pieces. It was filled with Emperor's intent. Seeing that Futian agreed to the battle, Lian Yuqing smiled faintly. In that case, he said, let me experience Yukio again. Futian stood up. Yu Sheng retreated to the edge of the Battle Sage Pavilion, standing quietly behind Futian. There, Futian looked down at Lian Yuqing. Yukio. Smiling, he said, back then, I was a grade 8 noble. To prove myself in a battle of musical sorcery, I played Yukio. Now, you are no longer qualified to hear it. Everyone had been hoping to hear this musical piece. When Yi Futian said that, everyone's eyes froze in his direction, staring at the figure in the air with shock. What a slap to the face. They gazed at Lian Yuqing. As expected, Lian Yuqing's expression was very ugly at the moment. Yi Futian had humiliated him publicly. However, this seemed to be how Yi Futian was. Just as he had said, he never had to prove anything to those who doubted him. Now, he was first on the law rank. Even if Lian Yuqing challenged him, he still arrogantly said that Lian Yuqing didn't deserve to hear Yukio. I will hear it, Lian Yuqing said. Then his Guqin spirit appeared. He sat cross-legged on the ground and gradually rose up to hover in the air. His entire temperament changed. Yi Futian didn't move. He sat down on the edge of the battle sage pavilion. His Guqin spirit appeared. He seemed to be playing on the edge of a cliff. Seeing this, many people felt that it made a great picture. This was especially because Yi Futian's temperament was extraordinary. His handsome figure made many people sigh in awe. He was such an attractive person and also had unparalleled talent. No wonder he was surrounded by beauties. When Xiang Zhiqin saw Yi Futian, she thought of how Hua Jieyu had said she'd understand one day when she'd suspected that Hua Jieyu had misjudged Yi Futian. Now, she seemed to understand. After Yukio from the battle 2 years ago, I've learned a new song, Lian Yuqing said. As soon as he spoke, his white fingers started strumming the instrument strings. When the music rang out, the people didn't hear a lovely song. Instead, the song made them feel depressed and heavy. The sunlight was shining down and the sky was clear. The weather was great, but when they heard the song, an artistic conception was born. Darkness enveloped the world. Black clouds swept in, covering the sky. The repressive songs suppressed the entire place. Many disciples of the Daozang Pavilion looked at Lian Yuqing. Was this the musical piece that their senior brother played? Lian Yuqing often played in the Daozang Pavilion, but they'd never heard this song before. They hadn't even heard this style before. In the past, Lian Yuqing played songs that made people feel comfortable like bathing in the spring breeze. Even his musical sorcery had light and bright rhythms. However, this song was clearly different from the past. It was a dark style. Was this because of the battle 2 years ago? At the same time that he played, Yi Futian's fingers also strummed the strings. A bright and clear sound came out. It felt powerful and fanatic to the people. It immediately brought them into Yi Futian's artistic conception. That conception was wildness. At that moment, he sat high up in the sky. Everyone in the world had to worship him. Black clouds covered the sky. Darkness enveloped the world. All the spiritual qi in the world was suppressed. Yi Futian's music was also about to be suppressed. In that dark world, there seemed to be only one song. Many long black spears seemed to appear in the artistic conception. The power of dark thunder ravaged the sky above Yi Futian's head. The swirling black clouds transformed into dark dragons. It was like the end of the world. Everything was being destroyed. Such repressive music. This dark artistic conception was created for destruction. Many of the disciples closed off their senses. Even still, they were still affected by it. They felt the artistic conception and could almost feel the suppressed anger within Lian Yuqing. It seemed to have melded into the music. Had the battle from 2 years ago really affected him this much? Yi Futian also felt how terrifying Lian Yuqing's music was. The song went into the mood immediately. It was muffled and repressive as if it could squash him directly. The song also made one feel agitated and annoyed. It could affect their minds, making them unable to focus on playing and destroying their artistic conceptions. Yi Futian guarded his mind and continued to play without being affected. Spiritual qi screamed around him and the wild artistic conception continued. The air around him seemed to freeze, blocking the invasive attacks. He continued playing. His fingers sped up and the artistic conception grew stronger. It created the hallucination that Yi Futian was surrounded by an invisible force field. He was majestic and divine. People couldn't help but worship him. His musical sorcery was extremely penetrative and influential. When the artistic conception entered one's mind, they couldn't even dare to think about going against Yi Futian. It was very strange. The Nine-Fingered Guqin Devil. Some powerful nobles stared at Yi Futian. The Nine-Fingered Guqin Devil Lu Guangxing's music was known for being wild. It could steal one's mind and trick one's hearts. It was a terrifying song. The song they heard now might be from the Nine-Fingered Guqin Devil, Lu Guangxing, someone from the last generation's Baron Sky ranking. The two continued sitting quietly and playing. The two artistic conceptions grew stronger. The defensive power around Yi Futian seemed to get ravaged and destroyed. Lian Yuqing's song was highly destructive. It could even break apart spiritual qi and spiritual will. It made Yi Futian feel that Lian Yuqing had purposely composed this song after the battle to target Yukio. Yukio was known to counter all spells, but Lian Yuqing's current song was just as destructive. It was repressive and made one agitated and unable to control oneself. Faced with this kind of song, one couldn't play a powerful song according to one's thoughts if one's will wasn't strong enough. "I can't take it," an observer said. He felt as if his spiritual will was about to be destroyed. He wanted to free himself. What kind of song is it? Even Su Kei felt very uncomfortable. He guarded his mind, but he still had the urge to pull out his sword and kill someone. Su Kei was a grade 2 noble and was very talented. Even he couldn't stand the current situation. More and more people left the space. Even Lian Yuqing's expression changed. Yi Futian continued playing. A horrible spiritual windstorm seemed to gather in the air around him. It grew stronger and stronger. The white-clothed figure at the abyss side seemed to be bathed in endless light. He allowed the destructive power to go wild in his mind while he remained unmoving. The artistic conception of his song grew stronger until the attacking power seemed to meld into his own song. In addition, some of the weaker people no longer looked at Yi Futian with reverence. Instead, they were a bit lost. In their eyes, Yi Futian was like a god. They felt like their minds had been infected and they'd melded into his song's will. Lian Yuqing wanted to destroy, however, Yi Futian wanted to control. Many of the pavilion's prides were in pain. This musical sorcery battle was completely different from 2 years ago. On the battleground, Lian Yuqing seemed to still have the advantage. In reality, Yi Futian's artistic conception kept enlarging and strengthening. The light he was bathed in grew brighter too. The vast world harmonized with Yi Futian's song. Lian Yuqing's expression grew more and more uncomfortable. Of course, he felt that Yi Futian's cultivation and spiritual power was weaker than him, which was why he'd been using defense. But as time passed, his song kept strengthening while Lian Yuqing's song was getting attacked. This was the essence and artistic conception of musical sorcery. This was not all. Lian Yuqing also felt that something even more frightening was happening. His spiritual power was getting affected, it was gradually being invaded by Yi Futian's artistic conception. "I don't believe this." Lian Yuqing cried out within. He played wildly. As if he'd given up on himself, he submerged himself completely into the song and started attacking Yi Futian as crazily as he could. His music penetrated everything and ravaged Yi Futian's spiritual will. Then it gradually grew lost. He felt his own will get corroded as he continuously lost himself. Time passed bit by bit. Lian Yuqing continued to play. Other than music, there was no other sound in the vast space. Even Lian Yuqing's movements seemed less spirited than before. It was not only him. Even the people who were listening on the side seemed lost. Only those with higher cultivations could still see the current situation clearly. They felt a shocking spiritual windstorm wrap around the entire space. Yi Futian sat at the edge of the abyss. He was still handsome as he played the guqin quietly. But in many people's eyes, he was no longer a disciple of the pavilion, he was like a god. "Snap the string," Yi Futian said quietly as he played with his head lowered. As soon as he spoke, Lian Yuqing yanked his finger back. There was a crisp sound of an instrument string snapping. He grunted and blood trickled out of his mouth. However, he seemed not to feel anything at all. It was as if Yi Futian's words had been an order. From now on, do not touch a guqin before me. You don't deserve to, Yi Futian said indifferently, raising his head. As soon as he spoke, his fingers shook powerfully. Music echoed and the artistic conception scattered. Chapter 650. As the music disappeared gradually, the people came back to themselves. They took a deep breath. What had happened had been like a dream. As the music disappeared gradually, the people came back to themselves. They took a deep breath. What had happened had been like a dream. Looking up, they gazed at Yi Futian. That figure in white looked very graceful with his clothes fluttering in the wind. His bright eyes looked down at Lian Yuqing. He said that he wouldn't allow Lian Yuqing to play music before him again. Lian Yuqing's life spirit was a little bit wounded at this time, but he was more hurt mentally. In order to resist Yi Futian's ukiyo, Lian Yuqing created the dark music. But Yi Futian had never played the ukiyo during the whole battle. Did he no longer qualify to hear the ukiyo now? What worse was that he'd lost himself and his mental will had been controlled by Yi Futian. He couldn't forget what had happened just now. Every time he thought about it, he was in pain. It was impossible for him to forget this battle. At that time, would he have knelt if Yi Futian had ordered him to? With his mental will being controlled by Yi Futian, he had to do everything Yi Futian ordered. Lian Yuqing knew Yi Futian's music's power. Then why did he still risk it? His level was higher than Yi Futian's. Then why was he defeated? Why? Lian Yuqing whispered. Anger flashed in his eyes. He was asking both Yi Futian and himself. He was 5th place on the law rank. In the battle 2 years, he'd been defeated by Ukiyo. He thought that it was just because of Ukiyo, which was one of the top 10 famous songs, so he devoted himself to cultivation again in order to challenge it. This time, however, Yi Futian, who was just a grade 3 noble, defeated him again without playing the ukiyo. Again, he was defeated in such a pathetic way. Others couldn't understand this kind of pain. You're proficient in musical sorcery, but you gave up on the essence of music. In order to defeat me, you ignored the artistic conception and adopted some dishonest methods. You rushed too much. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing and said slowly, your level is higher. It shouldn't be so easy for me to defeat you. With your cultivation, you shouldn't be controlled by me so easily either. You should at least be able to escape from it, but you didn't. You should know the reason why you failed. Lian Yuqing knew the reason. Yi Futian had played the artistic conception to the extreme so that his music could resonate with the world. Even the mental power of people around him could be turned into a part of the song. Even Lian Yuqing's musical intent and mental power were controlled, which made him lose himself. If he hadn't been so anxious to defeat Yi Futian wouldn't have seized such an opportunity to make him lose himself. Therefore, he didn't only lose to his musical sorcery. This was why Yi Futian said that Lian Yuqing no longer qualified to play before him. Lian Yuqing looked despondent. His pride was totally gone. This battle had become an everlasting stain in his life. Watchers seemingly knew that Lian Yuqing shouldn't be defeated so easily. Yi Futian was strong, but he didn't even play the ukiyo. This meant that Lian Yuqing, 5th on law rank, hadn't even fought against Yi Futian in his strongest state but was still defeated so horribly. You have been in the Holy Ji Palace for only 3 years. You don't fight much, but whenever you do, you always destroy your enemy's faith. What you said not long ago was also so arrogant. You are too cruel. A voice from afar reminded people of Yi Futian's battles since entering the Holy Ji Palace. The voice seemed to be right. Everyone that doubted Yi Futian, from Bai Zhe, Yun Feng to Lian Yuqing and Shimen Gu, the number 1 of latest pavilion battle, was always beaten miserably, their faiths destroyed in the end. After fighting with Yi Futian, top talents like Bai Zhe and Yun Feng were all badly hurt. As a result, their cultivation wasn't outstanding anymore. And now, it seemed that Lian Yuqing was going to repeat the same play. Countless eyes fell on the coming figure. Their hearts all pounded. Was he finally here? It was Shimin Hanjiang. He'd been the first place on low rank before Yi Futian and was now second place. Looking up at the approaching figure, Yi Futian said calmly, "Then why am I like that?" Bai Zhe had invited Hua Jieyu to cultivate with him in the Holy Ji Palace, right before Yi Futian's eyes. Yun Feng had drawn Hua Jieyu. Seeing Yi Futian defeat Yun Feng, Lian Yuqing still dared to challenge Yi Futian and hurt him. Shimin Gu had flirted with Long Linger. No matter the reason, you shouldn't destroy their whole life. But you seemingly enjoy it very much, Shimin Hanjiang continued. Yi Futian laughed. He knew this kind of quarrel was meaningless. So he just responded calmly, "I haven't entered the sage plane, so I don't know the sage's thinking pattern. Since I am not a sage, I don't know why I should say thanks to those who hurt me. I just treat people the same way they treat me. You are not me. You don't know what happened between me and the others. What right do you have to tell me what to do?" Yi Futian smiled sarcastically and continued, "If you are so noble, why did you come?" Obviously, Shimin Hanjiang still couldn't let it go or he wouldn't have come. "Then, how do you explain your arrogance over the palace's disciples?" Shimin Hanjiang asked again. As a grade 3 noble, Yi Futian managed to gain the first place on the law rank. In the alchemy city, he defeated the city's first talent, Di Gang. Can anyone else in the palace do that? Doesn't he deserve first place? At this moment, lazy laughter was heard. Lying over there, Su Ke said slowly, "Is it so hard to admit another's excellence?" Su Ke, you are the successor of Tingxue House. You are also a grade 2 noble. You can be a top talent among your generation in the barren state. Where's your pride? Looking at Su Ke, Shimin Hanjiang sneered. He was taunting Su Ke for being Yi Futian's follower. Of course, talents should have pride. But when meeting a truly excellent person, they should also learn to appreciate and follow them. As for those who just can't admit others' strengths, won't they feel more ashamed after being defeated? Many people looked up at Su Ke and the ones behind Yi Futian. People like Yusheng and Phoenix were all top talents of the palace, but they still chose to follow Yi Futian. It was said that even many other disciples at their level would also come to learn from Yi Futian. This might be out of admiration toward an excellent person. People are so strange. They envy those who are not much stronger than them but are more extraordinary. Maybe only when their enemy becomes extremely strong would they show their respect. But then it'll be too late. Zui Qianqiu also lay beside Su Ke, drinking. They looked very relaxed. In the crowd below, Xiang Zhiqin and Yun Feng had the same feeling too. That figure in white had become so strong that they had to show their respect. The palace's disciples also began to exclaim. With his talent, Yi Futian was going to be the strongest existence on the barren sky list. No one would doubt that now. Shimin Hanjiang. Yi Futian looked down at Shimin Hanjiang and said, "If you came here just to attack my character, you can go now. I am myself. I don't need you to teach me. You don't have the qualification either." After Yi Futian spoke, the two stared at each other. Their forces seemed to collide. Yi Futian was right. Now he was first place. Shimin Hanjiang was only second place. Shimin Hanjiang didn't have the right to condemn Yi Futian. Go ahead. Shimin Hanjiang didn't argue further but directly announced a battle. A cold storm suddenly rolled over. Everyone felt the chill. The previous number 1 declared war to the present number 1. Who would be the winner? This war between the two top nobles of the Holy Ji Palace was going to pan out. Yi Futian stepped out. The wind blew through his dark hair. He looked at Shimin Hanjiang and said, "In the alchemy city, I'd experienced a top noble's strength. It won't be too hard this time. You just try your best." When fighting with Di Gang in Alchemy City, Yi Futian took the opportunity to break into the next plane. He had made great progress at that time. He knew what a top noble's level was like. Though he couldn't tell whether Shimin Hanjiang was stronger than Di Gang, there wouldn't be too big of a gap between the two. At least, there was no doubt that Shimin Hanjiang would be weaker. Yi Futian didn't have to slowly test him. Both had won first place on the low rank. They knew that normal means couldn't help them defeat the other. Good, said Shimin Hanjiang. Suddenly an extreme coldness appeared and the vast sky seemed to start snowing. Many people got chilled. They could feel that coldness penetrating their bones and souls. Their bodies seemed paralyzed and their brains almost stopped thinking. But this artistic conception was only aimed at Yi Futian, not them. It was hard to imagine how strong the mental pressure was that Yi Futian was facing. Yi Futian felt like he was in an icy world. Coldness kept invading his body while his body was burning. An enormous golden rock appeared. It grew larger and finally turned into a real divine rock with golden wings. Yi Futian reached out his palms and endless golden spirit gathered into a long staff. Beams of horrible light projected from his body as well as from the golden rock. At this moment, Yi Futian seemingly owned endless power. However, a dreadful icy storm rolled over at this time. This storm seemed to be going to freeze everything. The wind brought by this storm blew like sharp swords. Strong power from the absolute territory appeared around Yi Futian, protecting his body with starry light. But then with a sharp colliding sound, that protection zone was shattered. The extreme coldness continued penetrating his body. Sage's intent, Yi Futian whispered. The space around him was totally frozen. His body was freezing bit by bit too. In the end, his body might be torn to pieces. Even if he had endless power, Yi Futian couldn't release it. Rustles sounded in his life palace. Yi Futian's brilliant body seemed to turn into a furnace. A horrible flaming power extended to every part of his body. Then the golden rock flapped its wings, flying up. Yi Futian twirled his long staff. A fantastic rhythm was contained in his moves. He seemed able to control the whole world. His staff technique was like a martial arts form. Martial intent appeared in that long staff and helped him gather a horrible martial intent storm. That storm became stronger and stronger, seemingly able to break everything. Disciples from the palace all looked up. The golden rock dancing in the icy world was such a beautiful scene. Chapter 651. The golden rock wings had a golden current flowing around them, cutting through the snow in the sky. A majestic martial arts aura surrounded Yi Futian, causing the force to be unable to suppress him. The golden rock wings had a golden current flowing around them, cutting through the snow in the sky. A majestic martial arts aura surrounded Yi Futian, causing the force to be unable to suppress him. Everyone could feel clearly how strong Yi Futian was. However, at that moment, Shimin Hanjiang stepped forward. With just one step, the snow in the sky appeared to emit an icy glow. The falling snowflakes became as sharp as knives and turned into razor-sharp sword descending upon Yi Futian's body like silver rays of light. An even more horrifying storm rushed towards Yi Futian's body, each snowflake turning into a killing blade that was utterly cold, attempting to drown his body within the storm. Yi Futian's golden rock body became even more dazzling and his wings suddenly shook, cutting through the air and colliding with the killing blades. As he took a step forward, the polearm in his arm struck out. A single strike had the might to match the heavens and the air vibrated violently, shattering the countless blades. Shimin Hanjiang continued to move forward, an even stronger will being released from him. Yi Futian felt that it was hard to even move, but his movements did not stop and he continued to wave the polearm. The second strike swept through the air and an imposing force tore through the air towards Shimin Hanjiang. Shimin Hanjiang looked at the strong attack technique, then covered it with ice. The sword in his hand swung forward, splitting the icy area into two and Yi Futian's attack with it. At that moment, Yi Futian's body became exceedingly brilliant and the third and fourth rod strikes continued to thrust downwards. The strikes were of the highest caliber and the surrounding area was crushed. Shimin Hanjiang could feel the force, and his body transformed into a ray of light, disappearing in the air. He actually weaved and bobbed through the array of rod strikes because he could affect the flow of spiritual qi in the air, thereby affecting the speed of the other party's strikes and find its weakest points. Releasing his life spirit, Shimin Hanjiang came closer to Yi Futian. Similarly, the golden rock wings flapped and Yi Futian got closer to him. The both of them appeared to have absolute confidence in their abilities. When Yi Futian's fifth rod strike struck down, Shimin Hanjiang's life spirit projected an image, and the entire area turned into an ice world, affecting Yi Futian's every move. Shimin Hanjiang continued to not dodge, facing Yi Futian's strike head-on. The entire sky of rumbling shadows were all coated by a layer of ice, and Shimin Hanjiang's body appeared like a ray of light in front of one of the rod shadows and passed through it, swinging his sword towards Yi Futian's throat. At that moment, Yi Futian felt as though his entire body was about to stop moving. Not only did Shimin Hanjiang have the power of frost and exceptional swordsmanship, but he also had the ability to move at light speed. His sword did not have any specialty, but it was able to find the enemy's weakest point to pierce under his frost intent. His battles were often decided in one slash. Coupled with his ice power, this made him exceptionally terrifying. As he saw Shimin Hanjiang's ice-cold frost blade reaching, Yi Futian emotionlessly looked at him and said, "Sky freezing technique." The spell cast and the air appeared to have frozen. Shimin Hanjiang could feel the area around him solidifying. Not only that, but there was a horrifying martial arts will that was applying its pressure in the surrounding area. He released countless sword wills, attempting to cut through everything, but at that moment, the rock wings sliced the ice world apart and an immeasurable gravity crushed down upon him. At that moment, Shimin Hanjiang felt as though the weight of the entire world was crashing down with Yi Futian's rod strike. Shimin Hanjiang broke through Yi Futian's spell, but he could feel that his ice will was unable to stop the rod's power as their surroundings were grounded to powder. He could actually feel a semblance of sage plane power within. At that moment, Shimin Hanjiang understood that Yi Futian's rod technique had already reached that level, the same level as him. As his sword slashed out, brilliant sword rays flooded the heavens. However, under the rod strike, they were all shattered. The crowd then heard a dull thud and in the next moment, Shimin Hanjiang's body fell from the sky, and with a giant crash, slammed heavily onto the foot of the battle sage palace and created a huge pit. The huge crash caused many people to shudder and look appallingly at the figure in the ground. Shimin Hanjiang and Yi Futian, 2 firsts in the admission examination, 2 firsts on the law rank. Yi Futian had entered 1 generation later than Shimin Hanjiang. However, he had defeated him in a one-on-one battle and obtained first on the law rank in a dominant fashion. Yi Futian was the undisputed first on the law rank, be it by potential or battle ability. Even if he was only a grade 3 noble, he was still unrivaled in the noble plane. After today's battle, Yi Futian would be the undisputed first in the noble plane in the palace. Nobody would ever dare to question him again. Those who had scorned him and those who had questioned him would all shut up after today. To the Holy Ji Palace's disciples, it was the beginning of a new era, Yi Futian's era. Before him, even Hua Fan had not been this outstanding. It was probably only Bai Luli's era that could match Yi Futian's. If that was so, who among the 2 generations was more outstanding? Perhaps, he would really have the ability to challenge Bai Luli's position in the future. Watching the figure in the air, many people had mixed feelings. Perhaps the Holy Ji Palace was about to welcome its golden generation. Bai Luli, Hua Fan, Yi Futian, and Yu Sheng. Every one of them was all incredibly outstanding. Bai Zhe, Zhuge Xing, Shimin Gu, and the other Sage Palace disciples were speechless. This was probably the first time the Sage Palace had been defeated so convincingly. This was also the first time that the Battle Sage Palace had broken the Sage Palace's streak and had its own era. Looking at the figures beside Yi Futian, he would lead his generation forward. Shimin Hanjiang stood up with difficulty and looked at Yi Futian in the air with a bad taste in his mouth. To Shimin Hanjiang, although he had exceptional potential, he had never been like Bai Luli and Yi Futian. In his year, he had much difficulty obtaining first in the admission examination. After he had entered the palace, there were a few strong competitors in his year, and many people had doubted him, claiming that he would not be able to rise to the top of the law rank, but he had done it. However, not long after, Futian shot up through the ranks and knocked him off his pedestal, using him as a stepping stone, gathering the attention of the entire palace and becoming the symbol of his generation. Moreover, Shimin Hanjiang could predict that Futian would be the first on the law rank for a long time. He had defeated him as a grade 3 noble, so in the time before he stepped into the sage plane, nobody would be able to challenge his position. Shimin Hanjiang did not say anything and turned around and left. He also understood that after today's battle, unless he entered the sage plane, he would forever be suppressed by Futian. It has ended, many people thought in their hearts. The battle for the law rank had finally ended, but many people felt that it was insufficient and could not bear to leave. Futian, someone called out at that moment. Futian turned and looked at the person. The person who had spoken was the 8th on the law rank. He looked towards Futian and asked, Di Gang and Shimin Hanjiang, who is stronger? The Holy Ji Palace was a holy ground for cultivation in the barren state where geniuses gathered from all around. However, it did not mean that the Holy Ji Palace's disciples were always the strongest in the state. There were people like Di Gang, Huang Jiuge, and many others who were also very strong. In a direct confrontation, Di Gang is stronger, Futian replied. He was not belittling Shimin Hanjiang but simply telling the truth. Many people were surprised. If Shimin Hanjiang was first on the law rank, they would be inferior to the alchemy city's Di Gang. However, now that Futian had reached the top, there were probably no noble plane cultivators in the barren state that could defeat him. Moreover, this was at the current moment. If he broke through to a grade 2 or even grade 1 noble, there would be no question. He would be invincible among the noble plane in the barren state. The crowd started to leave gradually. Today's storm had arisen because of Futian's arrogant words, but he had proven that he had the right to say those words. Some of those who were on good terms with Futian did not leave but continued standing by his side. Su Ke smiled and said, "Should we celebrate?" Futian glared at him and laughed, saying, "I was originally the first on the law rank, what is there to celebrate? Moreover, I'm not really interested in being first." "You're now first, so whatever you say is correct," Su Ke said with a fake smile. Futian's words made him really want to beat him up, saying he was not interested after getting first. Of course, this feeling is actually quite refreshing. Futian rubbed his brow, then smiled brightly. At least, the people who doubted him in the Holy Ji Palace would shut up. Nobody would gossip about him when he and Jieyu walked on the road, there would only be envy. As he thought about it, he felt delighted, it seemed that he was also a Philistine. "I really want to hit someone," Zui Qianqiu said. "Then do it." Su Ke smiled and looked at him. "But what do I do if I can't defeat him?" Zui Qianqiu lamented. "Then just drink," came the reply. Hua Jieyu held Futian's hand and both smiled at each other. Futian had used 3 years to finally prove himself, reaching first on the law rank in a dominant fashion. From now on, the entire barren state would know his name and nobody would ever question his potential again. She felt happy for him too. Not long after, in the law battle area, many people gathered before the law rank, wanting to see the newly updated law rank. As expected, an elder from the palace came to renew the law rank soon. Futian's first place ranking was impossible to challenge. Following that, they saw the name on the second of the law rank. Although many people had their guesses, they were still astonished when they saw the law rank renewed. Yu Sheng was second on the law rank behind Futian. Shimin Hanjiang had fallen from the first on the law rank to the third. Huh! Many people took a deep breath. These two prodigies had entered the palace only 3 years ago and were now ranked first and second on the law rank. This was like a miracle. Their generation had created 2 heroes who stood side by side. Due to Yusheng flying through the ranks, Many people even failed to realize that Lien Yuqing's position on the law rank had fallen yet again. Chapter 652. In the blink of an eye, a couple of months had passed. After Yi Futian and Shimin Hanjiang's battle, the palace had regained its usual composure. The law rank been updated, and nobody questioned the first and second placing. In the blink of an eye, a couple of months had passed. After Yi Futian and Shimin Hanjiang's battle, the palace had regained its usual composure. The law rank been updated, and nobody questioned the first and second placing. Gradually, everyone started to treat it normally. Yi Futian had become the symbol of the disciples of his generation, admired by many. The majority of those in the same batch as Yi Futian all respected him. They had all seen how Yi Futian had secured his position at the top of the Holy Ji Palace with just a few battles. On top of that, the disciples who had just entered the palace also admired him after hearing Yi Futian's stories. This senior of theirs was like a legendary figure writing his own story, charting his own growth. The name mentioned the most in the palace was Yi Futian's name. However, Yi Futian did not care that much. He continued to cultivate in silence, and everyone understood that Yi Futian's top priority was his cultivation. He had reached the top of the law rank too quickly, obtaining first on the law rank when he was a grade 3 noble, so he still needed a fair amount of cultivation before he could enter the Sage Hall. Apart from his cultivation, there were often disciples from the same batch who visited Yi Futian to consult him on cultivation matters. If he had the time, Yi Futian would give them some pointers. This caused the bolder new disciples to also go to him for pointers, causing Yi Futian to be unable to relax in his free time. Many new disciples who had been taught by Yi Futian felt that they had learned a lot, causing them to admire Yi Futian's strength even more. This caused Yi Futian's reputation in the palace to reach another high, far surpassing the previous first on the law rank, Shimin Hanjiang. At that moment, in the Battle Sage Palace at Yi Futian's cultivation area, there were two beautiful young ladies bidding goodbye to Yi Futian, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yi. If the chance arises, we will come and learn from Brother Yi again." "Sure." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "Brother, if we come and drop by next time, you can't complain that we are talkative." The other lady also smiled brilliantly and said. Yi Futian nodded again. The two of them then smiled and left. When they left the Battle Sage Palace, one of the girls smiled and said, "Brother Yi not only has exceptional potential, but he is handsome and also so approachable." "Yup, indeed, he's not like the rumors at all." It's hard to imagine that Brother Yi would say such arrogant words at the Battle Sage Palace. The other girl recalled the rumors circulating around the palace about Yi Futian and replied. Back then, Yi Futian had ignored all the people who doubted him in the palace and never looked them in the eye. When he's arrogant, he's unparalleled, but usually he's amiable and refined. The girl beside her had a look of infatuation and said, "Little Yen, I feel like I'm in love." The girl beside gave her a look of disgust and said scornfully, "You're the daughter from an elite clan, how can you be this starry-eyed? What kind of person are you? Brother Yi is mine. Why don't you die?" Their gleeful banter continued as they moved further and further, but in reality, they both knew that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were a perfect match. Moreover, beside Brother Yi, there were other alluring beauties like Phoenix, Yun Shuisheng, and a few others. On the other end, Yi Futian let out a sigh. He was a little troubled. Because he had the habit of giving the palace's disciples pointers, there were a few disciples in the same batch as him that looked for him for help. However, after the news spread, more and more people started to visit him for guidance. He was the most well-known person in the palace, after all. "What are you sighing about?" beside him, Yi Shaoshi asked. Yi Futian looked at Yi Shaoshi and said, "Being handsome is also troublesome. It's a feeling that seventh brother will never understand." The fatty's face turned black and he glared at Yi Futian and said, "I'm breaking off our relations." Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders. Trying to scare him? "The next time Jieyu comes, I need to have a good chat with her. Little brother seems to be teaching more and more little sisters." Yi Shaoshi stared at Yi Futian. "Ah!" Yi Futian looked speechlessly at Yi Shaoshi and retorted, "Fatty, have a conscience. Did I say anything wrong? There are a few little sisters that have come quite often, am I right? The fatty grinned and looked at Yi Futian. Brother, we're all brothers, there's always room for discussion. Which little sister do you like? I'll introduce you, Yi Futian smiled and said, hugging Yi Xiaoshi by the shoulder in an intimate manner. Yi Xiaoshi's eyeballs rolled in their sockets and he replied, you can introduce them to me one by one, it's good to have more interaction. Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiaoshi in dismay. This was the fatty's true self, how shameless. I didn't expect that brother was this kind of person, he said grudgingly. I learned it from someone. Yi Xiaoshi looked disdainfully at Yi Futian. This bastard, showing off in front of him all the time. If it wasn't because he couldn't defeat him, he would have beat him up a long time ago. It looks like I need to reconsider our relationship, Yi Futian sighed and said. Yi Xiaoshi gave him a look of contempt. Futian, at that moment, a voice sounded out. Yi Futian and Yi Xiaoshi turned around and saw Hua Jieyu running towards them. Yi Xiaoshi had an interesting look on his face. Speak of the devil. However, he soon realized that Hua Jieyu's expression was off and his expression changed to one of concern. What happened? Yi Futian naturally realized that Hua Jieyu's expression was off and asked. There's trouble. Hua Jieyu walked over to Yi Futian with a glum expression. Yi Futian's heart sank. Jieyu had never behaved like this before. For her to be this worried, there was evidently huge trouble. Could it be the Eastern Barren territory? Second sister is in trouble, Hua Jieyu replied. Second sister. Yi Futian and Yi Xiaoshi were both stunned for a second. Jieyu, what happened? Yi Futian saw that Jieyu was extremely worried and flustered. I heard news from the Sage Palace. A few days ago, the Sage Palace's elders and the White Cloud City's experts went to the Zhuge family for Bai Luli to propose marriage to the Zhuge family. Both parties had a happy discussion, and it is very likely that the marriage will go through. Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing are both planning to head to the Zhuge family. The news was spread by them, perhaps intentionally, Hua Jieyu said. Although she had never officially joined the cottage, she was often at the cottage and was later brought to the Zhuge family by Zhuge Mingyue. Zhuge Mingyue treated her like a younger sister and gave the best to her. That was why, to her, Zhuge Mingyue was not only Yi Futian's sister, but she was also her own sister. She also knew that the cottage had a tacit couple, Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Donglu. She had been by Zhuge Mingyue's side for quite some time, so she naturally knew some of Zhuge Mingyue's secrets. Now, such a piece of news had spread, she wondered how Zhuge Mingyue was feeling. Have they not given up on what happened back then? Yi Futian's expression immediately became extremely grim, his tone full of displeasure. It was rumored that second sister had run away and was taken in by their master to the cottage to escape her marriage. That would mean that when second sister was younger, the Zhuge family had already suggested marriage to the White Cloud City, but it was terminated due to her leaving home. Now, the White Cloud City's young city lord Bai Luli was a legendary figure who was 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, while sister had similarly entered the Sage Plane. Their marriage should be theirs to decide, so why were the elders bringing up and interfering in such an old matter? Why is the palace interfering in this matter? Yi Futian was furious and puzzled. The Holy Ji Palace was a holy land for cultivation and disregarded happenings in the outside world. Otherwise, the palace had disciples from all major clans. If a clan broke into a war, how would the palace handle it? Why would the palace interfere with Bai Luli and his sister's matters? He did not understand. I don't know. Hua Jieyu shook her head, equally puzzled as to why the palace would take a stance. Even if Bai Luli was an elite genius and acknowledged as the successor of the Holy Ji Palace, the palace should not have to go to the extent of interfering with Bai Luli's path companion. It's too quick, Yi Futian suddenly said. Hua Jieyu and Yi Xiaoshi looked at him with confused expressions. At the start of the year, during the admission examination, sister watched the battles while chatting with me. At that time, I could already feel that she had matters troubling her. I tried to hint to her that I would grow stronger quickly, but it still happened too quickly, Yi Futian said. Now, he had already proven himself as the first on the low rank, invincible in the noble plane, and had obtained the right to enter the Sage Hall. However, he had evidently not surpassed Bai Luli's position in the palace. If he was given just one more year, he could definitely do it. However, everything had progressed too quickly. Perhaps sister had already predicted it at the start of the year, which was why she was troubled. There has been no news of third brother. I wonder where he has gone. Yi Shaoshi was also worried. In the cottage, big brother, second sister and third brother were like their elders and the cottage's faith. Now that something like this had happened, how could they not worry? Back then, third brother challenged Bai Luli and failed. He's definitely trying to improve his cultivation. However, Bai Luli is cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, so third brother would have to take unconventional means to surpass him. He must have gone to an extremely dangerous place, Hua Jieyu guessed. Yi Futian nodded. Bai Luli was renowned in the barren state, his reputation would definitely be deserved. Even Di Gang and Shimin Hanjiang, elite geniuses in the barren state, had Bai Luli as their target. Prepare to head to the Zhuge family, Yi Futian said, leaving the area. Where are you going? Yi Shaoshi asked. I'm going to find master and ask him why the palace has interfered in this matter, Yi Futian replied, walking in the direction of the Battle Sage Palace's Battle Sage Hall. Futian. Outside the ancient hall, Yi Futian met Sage Jingang and his brother Do Kuan. Uncle master, brother. Yi Futian called out to them, I have a favor to ask of master. Regarding your sister. Sage Jingang asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stunned. He did not expect that Sage Jingang would guess it. Yes, Yi Futian nodded and replied. Futian, don't interfere in this matter, Sage Jingang said. Yi Futian's expression froze. Evidently, his uncle master also knew what was happening. Chapter 653, Yi Futian looked at Sage Jingang and asked, Uncle Master, why is the palace taking part in FID? Yi Futian looked at Sage Jingang and asked, Uncle Master, why is the palace taking part in FID? Sage Jingang knew a little about Zhuge Mingyue. After all, the entire Holy Ji Palace knew about the handsome scholar from the Eastern Barren Territory who had challenged Bai Luli and knew that the scholar had come for Zhuge Mingyue. Yi Futian was Zhuge Mingyue and Gu Dongliu's little brother. Although he could also be considered Bai Luli's little brother, his stance was with Zhuge Mingyue. It has already been many years, the barren state needs a saint. Sage Jingang explained, all this is to support Bai Luli. You should know that Bai Luli is the successor of the Holy Ji Palace. Sage Wanxiang has also estimated his potential to be a saint. Moreover, this is only because this is the limit to which Sage Wanxiang can estimate. That's why the Holy Ji Palace has placed its hopes on him. What does that have to do with my sister? Yi Futian's expression was grim. Uncle Master, even if the Zhuge family has something that can help with cultivation, the palace's disciples should be upright. If they want it, they should use legitimate methods to get it. How can they use marriage as a tool? What is my sister? A sacrifice? The Holy Ji Palace is a holy land for cultivation in the barren state. How can they step in? Moreover, since Bai Luli already has the potential to become a saint, why do they need to do this? Sage Jingang stared at Yi Futian. It seemed like this fellow really cared. Futian, on the Saint Road, it is not as easy as you expect. The Holy Ji Palace has had countless geniuses, and the Barren Sky ranking has had many experts, but the entire generation has not produced a single saint. Sage Jingang's voice was still calm as he advised him, moreover, the divine path is more dangerous than you can imagine. Even if you have the potential of a saint, it is still the same. You have come from the Eastern Barren Territory and are good friends with Long Linger. Have you ever heard about her uncle? Long Yiqian. It was rumored that he had died outside when he was young. Yi Futian nodded and replied. Long Yiqian was a talent of 100 years in the Barren State's Eastern Territory and one of the top-ranked in the Barren Sky ranking. Moreover, with his age, his achievements would be even greater in the future. However, he died on the divine path. Sage Jingang continued, not only him, but every generation of geniuses in the barren state also has had its fair share of people dying on the divine path. I still can't accept it. Yi Futian replied, no matter how hard the divine path is, it can be cleared with one's own strength. Futian. At that moment, a figure walked out from the palace. It was Sage Dozhan. Master, Yi Futian shouted. You're right, the palace is indeed in the wrong. Sage Dozhan said, the divine path is difficult. If one attempts to conquer the divine path, they should have the heart to do so. If that is so, why are they still doing this? Yi Futian did not understand. The palace has a secret that has never been announced. Now, I shall tell it to you. In the 3 years that you have been in the palace, have you ever heard about the palace lord? Sage Dozhan asked him. There have been claims that the palace lord is cultivating in seclusion, Yi Futian replied. Wrong. Sage Dozhan shook his head and continued, the palace lord is severely injured and his life is at risk, but very little people know about this matter. Now, you are the first on the law rank and will enter the Sage Hall in the future, so I will tell you this. The palace owner is the first on the barren sky ranking, but he similarly met with obstacles on the divine path and nearly died. Now, the palace is actually run by the assistant palace lord, Lu Chan. Yi Futian's expression hardened. The Holy Ji Palace's palace lord, the first on the barren sky ranking, was actually severely injured with his life at risk. This matter was extremely shocking. Just like your uncle master said, countless influential figures in the barren state have met with difficulties on the divine path. The other people in the palace, including me, might end up walking the palace lord's path, but the palace needs hope. This hope is by Luli. That is why, even though we may know that we are wrong, the palace continues to do so. Sage Dozhan continued, not only does the palace know this, but the White Cloud City knows it, the Zhuge family leader knows it as well. The land is huge and there is far more than just the barren state. You may not have come into contact with it yet, but now, if the barren state does not produce a saint, it may be impossible to maintain the situation as it is. Sage Dozhan's voice was serious and sounded exceptionally dignified. The Wanxiang Palace had once predicted his life. He would meet a calamity, but he did not think of it. When his cultivation reached his current level, his state of mind had already reached a level where he had insight into all the world's happenings. Now, he only had 3 obsessions. One was to break through to the saint level, however, there was little hope for this. The second was for the barren state to have a saint in the current generation and not be restricted by others. Third was an obsession that he did not have previously. Now, he hoped that his disciples, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, could one day reach that level as well. The barren state has its threats as well. Yi Futian heard Sage Dozhan's words and thought. He looked towards his master and said, if Bai Luli is unable to do it, I will. Sage Dozhan and Sage Jingang stared at Yi Futian. His brilliant star-like eyes were filled with determination and confidence. This law rank first that had once looked down on the entire palace's geniuses had already demonstrated his unparalleled potential. Sage Dozhan also had the hope that he would compete with Bai Luli in the future to see who was more outstanding. You were born 10 years too late. Sage Dozhan replied, if you were in the same generation as Bai Luli, we would be able to see who is more exceptional. Of course, if you were in Bai Luli's position, the palace would do our best to support you to join the Zhuge family. Since you have the will of the Kunpeng, you would do well to cultivate now. When the time is right, enter the Sage Hall to cultivate and step into the Sage Plane. Then, you will be able to have a say in the palace. Even though Yi Futian had exceptional potential and was the first among the palace's noble plane disciples, when considering the entire Holy Ji Palace, he was still unable to influence its decisions. For noble plane cultivators, their only goal was to cultivate. I want to go to the Zhuge family, Yi Futian looked at Sage Dozhan and said. If he was in the palace's shoes, perhaps he could understand their decision, but in his own shoes, he could not. This involved second sister and third brother. His second sister would definitely want to be with his third brother. This was his obsession. When he was 18, the white-robed scholar had personally descended upon the Kangi kingdom and invited and brought him to the Eastern Barren Territories cottage. From then, their fates were already intertwined. Sage Dozhan heard Yi Futian's words and stared at him. He could feel the determination in Yi Futian's expression. He then said, "Since your obsession is that strong, go." "Thank you, master." Yi Futian bowed slightly and took his leave. Watching the leaving figure, Sage Dozhan sighed and said, "It's good to be young." Sage Jingang had a bitter smile as he shook his head, saying, "Brother, if you let him go like this, isn't it going to create trouble? Cultivation is about training the mind. If I make him stay and not allow him to leave, it will cause a rift in his state of mind. Since he wants to try it, let's just let him," Sage Dozhan replied. When they were young and wild, there were some things they needed to do. Whether he could make it or not would just be part of Yi Futian's experience. Yi Futian was the first on the law rank. Lu Chan had invited all 6 palaces to discuss this and permit Yi Futian to enter the Sage Hall. This was why he was not worried that Yi Futian would be injured. In the Holy Ji Palace, any disciple that had the right to enter the Sage Hall represented the future of the barren state. With regards to this point, the Sage Palace naturally understood. When Yi Futian returned to his residence, Hua Jieyu and Yi Shaoshi were there waiting for him. Seeing Yi Futian return, Yi Shaoshi asked him, "How was it?" "Let's go to the Zhuge family. We'll talk along the way," Yi Futian replied and took out his flying boat ritual implement. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yi Shaoshi, and Yu Xing stepped onto the flying boat and flew through the air. He did not bring anyone else. This was his second sister's matter and had nothing to do with the others. In the northern region of the barren state that was bordering the central region, there was a city with an illustrious history, Xuanwu City. The Zhuge family was located in Xuanwu City. Although Xuanwu City had many clans, the Zhuge family was the #1 clan in Xuanwu City and had stood tall for thousands of years. It had absolute authority in the ancient Xuanwu City. The Zhuge family was located on the Crouching Dragon Mountain. The entire Crouching Dragon Mountain had only one family. The surface of the mountain was littered with cloud stairwells and ancient halls, just like a palace that went up, level by level. If one stood in the middle of the city and raised their head, they could feel a solemn aura from it. At the moment, the Zhuge family was extremely crowded with guests. A short time ago, the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City experts had all come over to the Zhuge family, causing a commotion in Xuanwu City. All the clans and sects had come over to visit, creating a spectacular event. The White Cloud City and Zhuge family's joint marriage was definitely an event that made the barren state shake. The joint marriage should have been set many years ago, but because of Zhuge Mingyue's willfulness, she left the house in objection. However, much time had passed and the White Cloud City's young city lord Bai Luli was already a genius whose name resounded across the entire barren state. Zhuge Mingyue was also beautiful and had exceptional potential, so everyone supported this marriage and felt that it was a match made in heaven. However, many of the barren state clan's daughters would be sad after this. At that moment, outside the Zhuge family, there was a flying boat that flew in like a ray of light, heading towards the core of the Zhuge family on the Crouching Dragon Mountain. Who is it? The Crouching Dragon Mountain had droves of experts. A guard raised his head, looked in the air, and saw a flying boat landing. When the guard saw one of the beautiful figures walking down from the flying boat, he bowed slightly and said, "Miss Jieyu is back, I'll inform the young lady." Hua Jieyu had spent a few years in the Zhuge family, so she could naturally enter whenever she liked. "No need, I'll go myself," Hua Jieyu said calmly. The guard nodded and naturally did not stop her. Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian's group walked in, walking deeper inside. The guard looked at the figures behind him and asked, "Yi Shaoshi is the young lady's 7th brother, who are the other 2? The person beside him glared at him and said nonchalantly, "Walking beside Miss Jieyu, who else do you think it could be?" A flash appeared in the first person's eyes, a name appeared in his brain. One of the most influential figures in the Holy Ji Palace presently, the number one noble in the palace, Futian. Chapter 654. In the vast wilderness of the westernmost region of the barren state, there were still some small towns with small populations. At the moment, there were a group of youths walking on the road in one of these towns. The wind blew above them, prompting many to look up at the sky. A silhouette was seen flashing by at a frightening speed, moving like a bolt of lightning. In the vast wilderness of the westernmost region of the barren state, there were still some small towns with small populations. At the moment, there were a group of youths walking on the road in one of these towns. The wind blew above them, prompting many to look up at the sky. A silhouette was seen flashing by at a frightening speed, moving like a bolt of lightning. "What is that?" one of those young people stopped and asked, as they felt a terrifying gust of wind blew by. "Seems like a person. That was some uncommon speed. What plane is required for one to be capable of doing that? Anyone saw who that was?" "I saw nothing but a blurred shadow. Seems like some handsome scholar dressed in white." The group chatted away in curiosity. A group of people descended right outside the town in the same amount of time for an incense to finish burning. They stood right above the arch outside the town, dressed in luxurious clothing. All of them had incredibly sharp eyes. It was as if they were going to pierce whatever they were looking at far away. Everyone who passed felt a shudder. The aura emanating from those people was so terrifying that even just a small glance was capable of making people tremble in their core. There were few mighty ones to be found in such remote places, and anyone of noble plane was seen as the most fearsome there was. The weakest among the group outside the town was far stronger than the strongest of the locals. "Where is this place?" an exceptional-looking young man standing in the middle of the group asked everyone around him. "We are now outside you state, within the borders of the barren state," a mighty one beside him said. "That fellow sure knows how to run." The young man's eyes sparkled with a tinge of murderous intent as he said coldly. "But anyone who dares take something from me, I'll make sure to get them even if I have to follow them to hell." There seems to have been no one who has become a saint in the barren state over the past few years, no? "Indeed." The one beside him nodded. "Keep searching," the young man said coldly. The ones who followed him continued their search. They had chased their target all the way from Yu State into the barren state. The Zhuge family's estate on Crouching Dragon Mountain was vast and extremely grand. Many saw Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the rest of the party along the way. They naturally all knew Hua Jieyu. However, despite having spent years in the Zhuge family, Hua Jieyu was not all that familiar with the members of the family. She spent almost all of her time with Zhuge Mingyue when she was not training, keeping interactions with the rest of the family to a minimum. Many young, talented ones from the Zhuge family wanted to win her heart, but Zhuge Mingyue stopped all of their advances without mercy, giving them no chance at all. The news of Hua Jieyu's return spread quickly among the members of the family. Many came to know that Hua Jieyu was about to return, along with the one who ranked first on low rank, Yi Futian. Hua Jieyu took Yi Futian and the rest of the party to the Moon Tower, where Zhuge Mingyue lived, but they were not able to see her. They knew from the servant girl that she went to meet the head of the family. So, they headed right for the palace where the head of the Zhuge family lived. Yi Futian was able to feel the deep-seated power of a millennium-old clan along the way. The place looked like a small city in itself, and there were so many mighty ones among the members of the clan that they were seen everywhere. However, Yi Futian was not in the mood to explore such thoughts. They moved upward and came right outside the palace where Zhuge Qingfeng lived. They were servant girls standing guard outside. Hua Jieyu went up and asked, "Is Miss Mingyue in the Wind residence?" "Please wait here. I will inform them of your arrival," the servant bowed as she said. The Wind residence was the palace where Zhuge Qingfeng lived, and as such, it was not a place where people were allowed to come and go as they pleased. Only the sons and daughters of the lord of the place were allowed direct entry. Understood. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu waited there. The servant girl returned moments later and informed Hua Jieyu with a smile, "Ms. Mingyue would like you to wait for her in the Moon Tower. She will attend to you shortly." Hua Jieyu's expression turned rather peculiar. Her second sister definitely knew why she had come all the way from the Holy Ji Palace. If things were how they used to be, Zhuge Mingyue would come to greet her personally. However, Zhuge Mingyue was apparently occupied with some matters in the Wind residence. Yi Futian, without a doubt, was able to sense something was amiss and frowned in response. "Let's wait for her at her place then," Hua Jieyu said gently to Yi Futian. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. There was nothing else to be done about it. He had come all the way to see his second sister, wanting to know what second sister thought. The group turned around and left, heading for Moon Tower. Everyone was discussing the wedding of Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue along the way. Those voices were heard right from the very moment they arrived at the estate. It was as if the entire clan was talking about this and nothing else. The chatter was not limited to the estate, as even all of Xuanwu City was seen discussing the matter in a frenzied manner. The news had spread all across the barren state. A group of people was seen walking towards them from the opposite direction. The group was chatting among themselves but halted their steps as soon as they saw Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the rest of the party. Things went silent abruptly as the other group laid eyes on Yi Futian's party. Yi Futian scanned the group before him. He hardly knew anyone among them, but there were several familiar faces: Bai Zhe of White Cloud City, Zhuge Xing, Zhuge Ping, and the rest from the Zhuge family. Everyone else he did not know was probably a member of either the Zhuge family or White Cloud City. "Jieyu, you are back," Zhuge Xing looked at Hua Jieyu and said as if he was welcoming her home. Everyone from the Zhuge family knew that Zhuge Xing had thoughts for Hua Jieyu before, and thus they did not feel anything peculiar about his attitude. They even wished that the two would end up together someday, and had never expected to have simply nurtured a divine spiritual sorcerer of heavenly grace and looks for Yi Futian instead. Many of the Zhuge family felt very displeased at that turn of events. Furthermore, when the Holy Ji Palace was doing their recruitment drive 3 years ago, several from the Zhuge family clashed with Yi Futian, with Zhuge Xing being one of them. All who fought Yi Futian suffered a crushing defeat. That, coupled with the matter with Hua Jieyu, made Yi Futian a thorn in the sides of many of the younger generation of the clan. After all, many of them yearned for someone like Hua Jieyu at one point or another. Bai Zhe glared at the person before him. They had been the ones to leak the news from the Holy Ji Palace. It was rather unexpected for Yi Futian to become restless and come all the way to the Zhuge family's estate. Where they stood at the moment was not the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Zhe was curious as to what Yi Futian could accomplish coming all the way there, with the wedding of his brother, Bai Luli, and Zhuge Mingyue underway. Hua Jieyu did not bother addressing Zhuge Xing. When Zhuge Xing made impertinent remarks back in the law battles, she already told Zhuge Xing to stay away from her. "Yi Futian, what are you doing here in the Zhuge family's estate?" Zhuge Ping, who was standing beside Zhuge Xing, asked. He was eliminated from the competition by the hands of Yi Futian back in the law battles, forfeiting his right to enter the Holy Ji Palace altogether. "And who would you be?" Yi Futian glanced at Zhuge Ping and asked plainly. "You." Zhuge Ping's expression was cold. Is he really ignoring me? I seem to recall something now. There was one boisterous fellow back in the law battles with little to show despite having quite a big mouth. How are you doing now with your training? Yi Futian asked with a smirk. Zhuge Ping's face turned ashen and he grunted. He had nothing to retort with. Yi Futian was, after all, the number one on law rank. Everyone from the Zhuge family glared at Yi Futian. The champion of the law rank was indeed as insolent as the rumors described. Even being inside the grounds of the Zhuge family, he had no qualms of insulting their members in front of everyone. "Please, what are you all doing?" Bai Zhe said with a bright smile, "My brother's wedding with the second daughter of the Zhuge family will be held soon. Since Yi Futian is the little brother of the second sister, he has, of course, here to congratulate her. There is no need to be so serious." "Idiot." Yi Futian glanced at Bai Zhe, giving him no face. Bai Zhe's smile was literally frozen in place as he went to stare at Yi Futian with cold eyes. "Not smiling now, are you?" Yi Futian smirked sarcastically. He had no time nor the mood to play along with Bai Zhe. His objective was a simple one: he was not about to let his second sister marry Bai Luli. Your brother Bai Luli is no match for my second sister. I object to the wedding, Yi Futian said coldly. Many looked startled at Yi Futian's words. Bai Luli was the top genius in the Holy Ji Palace and a figure ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. Even though Yi Futian became the number 1 on the law rank and permitted entry to the Sage Hall, he was just another top-notch genius after Bai Luli. He seemed to have no right to say what he just said. Yi Futian was free to dispute Bai Zhe, but there was simply no woman who deemed Bai Luli to be beneath them. Even the members of the Zhuge family acknowledged that much. As such, everyone looked forward to the wedding. Bai Zhe looked at Yi Futian coldly. My brother having no right to marry her? If it were not for certain reasons, he might have even thought that it was Zhuge Mingyue who was a poor choice for his brother. The wedding doesn't seem like one you can object to, Zhuge Xing said coldly. Furthermore, Bai Luli is ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. He would be a perfect couple with Mingyue. Everyone in the Zhuge family and the Xuanwu looks forward to it. Indeed. The second daughter of the Zhuge family is exceptional in both looks and training. But Bai Luli is your senior studying under the Holy Ji Palace and a mighty one like no other. How can you be insolent? Some members of the Zhuge family said smugly. Yi Futian had taken Hua Jieyu away from them, and they were not going to tolerate him getting in the way of Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's wedding. Just because his older brother wants to get his hands on yet another proud daughter from the Zhuge family? That is just hilarious. You are probably the only one in all of the Barren State talking like this. My brother, not fit to marry Ms. Mingyue, Bai Zhe said sarcastically. That is a given, Yi Futian replied with utmost seriousness. Regardless of how excellent and exceptional Bai Luli was, and even if he came to rank first on the Barren Sky ranking, there was still only one person who deserved his second sister, and that was his third brother. No one else was fit to marry her. There were no other reasons for it. The only reason that mattered was that his second sister had his third brother. You're funny indeed, Bai Zhe said sarcastically. I'm not being funny, Yi Futian glared at Bai Zhe, but it's not like I expect a self-righteous guy like you to ever understand something like that. Well, I'm probably wasting too much time talking to an idiot here. Let's go. Yi Futian began walking away. Bai Zhe was practically in a rage with his fists clenched tight. Yi Futian never ceased humiliating him. It was as if he was nothing in the eyes of Yi Futian. The group saw Yi Futian's party leave. The eyes of Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing were extremely cold. However, given Yi Futian's current status, they knew that they were no match for him. Chapter 655. The surroundings of the Moon Tower were incredibly beautiful. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu waited there and there were servants attending to them. However, Yi Futian was rather irritated at the moment. He had never been so irritated even about the matter between his fourth brother and Yushi from before. He thought that perhaps his second sister and third probably mattered more to him. Even when he first stepped foot into the cottage, his seniors told him that second sister belonged with third brother. It was something that had been etched into his mind ever since. The surroundings of the Moon Tower were incredibly beautiful. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu waited there and there were servants attending to them. However, Yi Futian was rather irritated at the moment. He had never been so irritated even about the matter between his fourth brother and Yushi from before. He thought that perhaps his second sister and third probably mattered more to him. Even when he first stepped foot into the cottage, his seniors told him that second sister belonged with third brother. It was something that had been etched into his mind ever since. Ms. Mingyue has returned, a voice was heard from outside Moon Tower. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu turned their eyes outside, seeing two beautiful silhouettes walking in. Zhuge Mingyue was poised as she had always been. Her beaming smile calmed the hearts of anyone who looked at her, giving no hint that something was amiss. Beitang Xinger, who was following right behind her, however, looked incredibly distressed and was in a bad mood. "You're here," Zhuge Mingyue said with a smile. She hardly seemed surprised to see Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Second sister. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yi Shaoshi went up to her. "What?" Zhuge Mingyue halted her steps as soon as she saw their reactions, glancing at them before saying, "I've only been away for several months. Do you all miss me that much?" "Second sister, you know why we're here, don't you?" Yi Futian felt rather speechless at her nonchalant manner. Zhuge Mingyue walked forward. Yi Futian and the rest of the party made way for her. Zhuge Mingyue sat on a chair and said with a smile, "So you know?" "Yeah." Yi Futian and his party nodded. "What do you think?" Zhuge Minji smiled at Yi Futian and said, "I agreed to it." Her tone was calm like a breeze, displaying exceptional tranquility. In contrast, Yi Futian and the rest shouted in response and their faces changed. Beitang Xinger lowered her head somewhat. She had just been with her second sister at the head of the family's palace, and it was a given that she knew what happened. Second sister, while the Holy Ji Palace is preparing for the wedding, the status of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state and their relations with the Zhuge family means that if the Zhuge family were to object, there is little the Holy Ji Palace can do about it. "Is the family putting pressure on you?" Yi Futian added, "But if you insist on the matter, what can the Zhuge family do about it?" His second sister left the family at a young age due to the matter back then. It was unthinkable that she was not doing the same now. Yi Futian knew well what his second sister was like. "But why should I?" Zhuge Mingyue kept smiling. Bai Luli ranked 10th on the law rank, someone deemed the most extraordinary person to have appeared in this generation in all of the barren state, and is also one who possesses the potential for sainthood. Why should I object to marrying someone like that? "But, third brother." Yi Futian felt puzzled. "He isn't fretting about this, why should you?" Zhuge Mingyue chuckled and said. "How can he not fret about this? If he indeed was upset about this, how come he never showed up in the past 5-6 years? Where is he now?" Zhuge Mingyue asked. Yi Futian was utterly stunned. Second sister, that. Second sister, third brother must have been held back by something, Hua Jieyu said as she took a seat beside Zhuge Mingyue, holding her arm as she did. "Definitely." Yi Futian nodded. "Third brother fought Bai Luli back then for you, but he lost. Third brother must have been traveling to hone his skills. He knew it wasn't easy to beat Bai Luli. He might have been caught up in something or was just someplace far away. Did I say anything about wanting him to beat Bai Luli?" Zhuge Mingyue asked Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian was at a loss for words. Seeing Zhuge Mingyue's bright, beautiful eyes, he came to realize that perhaps his third brother had been wrong. He never showed up for the past 5 or 6 years. He vanished right after that one battle. He knew nothing. Zhuge Mingyue continued, "I have said yes to father. The Zhuge family will be making the announcement about my engagement soon, and I'd like to see if he will bother showing up." Yi Futian looked at his second sister, then turned to look at Hua Jieyu. He came to realize something with a shudder. He came to realize that he might have been wrong all this time. She knew well what his second sister was like. She had a unique personality and knew what she loved and hated. She had shown her extreme stubbornness by running away from home all those years back. She liked his third brother, and there was no way she would have cared if his third brother ended up defeating Bai Luli. She would not have cared at all, so long as third brother bothered showing up at the Zhuge family. However, his third brother was also prideful and stubborn, as well as an extremist who needed to see reason in everything he did. Third brother wanted to protect second sister, and it was a given that he did not want her to suffer any indignation. As such, he challenged Bai Luli. He wanted to defeat Bai Luli not because he wanted to prove his strength, but to show the Zhuge family and the world that he was capable of protecting second sister. He did not want second sister to carry the family's burden. As such, third brother went away for years without bothering to show up even once. Two individuals with distinct personalities and a strong sense of self came to like each other. But Yi Futian wanted to say something, but he was not able to find the words. But what? Zhuge Mingyue smiled and added, that idiot knows nothing. And since he knows nothing, I'll show him the way. I've agreed to it with the clan. I will be wed to Bai Luli in a month, and a banquet will be held for guests from all over Baron State. Second sister, what if third brother really got held back by something? Yi Futian asked in frustration. Something that took him 5 or 6 years? Was he really thinking of never showing up if he couldn't beat Bai Luli? Zhuge Mingyue said. She had waited for 5 to 6 years. She was not asking much of him. She only needed him to show up. However, that idiot never understood things so simple. Yi Futian was rendered completely speechless. 5 or 6 years was indeed too long of a time to wait. Just where the hell was third brother now? Second sister. Just what if third brother never shows up in the end? Yi Futian felt his voice trembling as he asked. If third brother does not show up, is second sister really going to get engaged to Bai Luli? If things turn out like that, your second sister will have to be generous and sacrifice herself for a bit to have a saint appear in the Baron State then. Yi Futian frowned at Zhuge Mingyue's words and felt rather irked. It was not his second sister herself that had him feeling irked, but that one line she had just uttered, sacrificing herself to have a saint appear in the Baron State. The Holy Ji Palace, the Zhuge family, White Cloud City, and many others in the Baron State have had high hopes for something like that happening. While his second sister looked nonchalant about it all, having both the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City showing up at the family's door to propose, and with reasons from her own family, it was obvious that his second sister was under tremendous pressure. Having a saint appear in Baron State or not, what does it have to do with my second sister? Yi Futian thought. I'm still not going to agree to this, Yi Futian said as he looked at his second sister. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at him, thinking that his little brother had indeed grown up. She stood up and looked at Yi Futian, before rubbing and patting his head for a bit, saying with a smile, it seems like our little brother is getting more and more assertive. But just leave the matter between your second sister here and that idiot to us, okay? But second sister. Hua Jieyu walked up too. Zhuge Mingyue held her hand and put it on Yi Futian's before saying gently, sometimes, I really admire both of you. At the very least, our little brother is not some slowpoke like some idiot out there. He might be thick-skinned, but he sure is amusing. Yi Futian held Hua Jieyu's hand and said to his second sister, well then, I guess I'll just stay here. Very well, you can stay here for as long as you like. I haven't talked to you guys for quite a while after all. One gets rather nostalgic when one gets old, and I'm really starting to miss the cottage, Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said. Our second sister here still looks like a fairy. What is this, getting old, you are talking about? Yi Futian asked, looking at Zhuge Mingyue. He was exaggerating. Zhuge Mingyue's looks and bearing had always been exceptional. Furthermore, cultivators possessed very long lifespans, especially those who made it to the sage plane. As such, there was hardly any hint of age on Zhuge Mingyue, and she actually looked more stunning now than she had back in the cottage. If only that idiot was as good with words as you are, little brother, Zhuge Mingyue said with a bright smile. She turning around and said, Xinger, have someone down there prepare some drinks and food. We haven't sat down and chatted for a very long time. Will do. Beitang Xinger nodded. Well, too bad fifth brother isn't here. Zhuge Mingyue thought of Luo Fan, and she missed the dishes her fifth brother whipped up, despite him being rather insufferable all the time. The moon tower exuded a tranquil beauty under the moonlit night sky. They sat around and ate away. However, every single one of them seemed to be troubled by something. While they were indeed chatting with each other, they kept getting spaced out every so often. Second sister, have some more. Yi Futian put more food into Zhuge Mingyue's bowl. Zhuge Mingyue said in response, go look after Jieyu instead. I'm fine. I hear Futian talk about things back in the cottage all the time, and it's always something about third brother putting more food in your bowl while you never batted an eye at him. Come to think of it, that would be rather amusing, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at the duo who seemed like they were finishing each other's sentences. She put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm done and will be going for a walk. You guys go on." She stood up and left. Hua Jieyu looked rather dejected seeing Zhuge Mingyue leave. She turned around and asked Yi Futian, "Did I say something wrong?" "I don't think so." Yi Futian said with a smile, "It seems like our second sister misses third brother. Just leave her alone for now." "Right." Hua Jieyu nodded. "Sister Xinger, just what the hell is going on?" Yi Futian asked Beitang Xinger. "Second sister here might not be saying anything, but she indeed misses third brother very much. But then again, you know what third brother is like. How long would it actually take if he insists on beating Bai Luli?" Beitang Xinger continued, "Bai Luli is a chosen one in the Holy Ji Palace. You know better than I do what his talents are like. Just like second sister said, is third brother really not going to show up until the day he defeats Bai Luli? Second sister is indeed under a lot of pressure with this matter." Mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City came, and everyone wanted Bai Luli to end up with second sister. Even all the forces in Xuanwu City thought so. It seems to the world, at least, that it would be perfect to have White Cloud City and the Zhuge family being allied through marriage. The Holy Ji Palace is behind this as well, trying to bring forth a saint with the two allied forces. Beitang Xinger then added, "But really, what does that have to do with second sister? Just why do they need to put all that pressure on her? What second sister is doing is not just trying to force third brother to show up, but she is also forcing herself by putting her fate on the line." Chapter 656, Yi Futian was rendered speechless hearing what Beitang Xinger just said. His second sister was indeed putting her own fate on the line. Yi Futian was rendered speechless hearing what Beitang Xinger just said. His second sister was indeed putting her own fate on the line. Sister Xinger, if third brother really ends up not showing, is second sister really just going to get engaged to Bai Luli? Yi Futian asked. If third brother doesn't show, what reason would second sister have to refuse? Beitang Xinger sighed. There was a 1,000-year-old tree in the Moon Tower's forests. Zhuge Mingyue sat on top of it, looking at the bright moon in the air with her beautiful eyes. Back in the days when we were in the cottage, he once said, while standing on a tree, he would come to the Zhuge family. But, where is now? The moon was high in the air. The sky got darker as the hours passed. There was no joy of reunion in the Moon Tower, only faint sorrow. Servant girls escorted Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu to their quarters after dinner. However, Hua Jieyu ended up coming to Yi Futian's room regardless. What's wrong? Yi Futian touched the hair on her forehead after seeing sadness in Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes. He then said, "Everything will be fine. I want to spend the night in your place," Hua Jieyu said gently. "Ha!" Yi Futian blinked his eyes in puzzlement. "If you're unwilling, I'll just leave," Hua Jieyu looked at him and said. "How would I do such a thing?" Yi Futian said as he took her hand. "No naughty attempts," Hua Jieyu added. "Well, I'm an honest person." Yi Futian then asked, "What are the naughty attempts you are talking about?" Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian and walked to the side of his bed. She then took off her outer garments and shoes before burying herself under the sheets. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Happiness could not have come in a more surprising manner. It seemed that Jieyu knew that he was in a rather bad mood and had come to console him. What a girlfriend indeed. Yi Futian burrowed himself between the sheets as fast as he could. Hua Jieyu had her back facing him, and he went to hold her from behind. He felt warmth welling up in his heart as he cuddled her soft body. Hua Jieyu turned around gently to bury herself between Yi Futian's arms. Yi Futian seemed to have felt what Hua Jieyu was feeling at the moment. He went to circle one of his arms around her neck while the other remained circled around her body, holding her close. "Jieyu, what happened?" Yi Futian asked gently. "I'm feeling rather sad." Hua Jieyu's voice sounded rather dejected. Having experienced matters with fourth brother and second sister in such quick succession, she felt rather puzzled as to why she was feeling especially down that day. Second sister was like an older biological sister to her. She was able to relate to what second sister was going through, but she felt frustrated about it nonetheless. It's okay. Everything will turn out fine. Yi Futian did not try to do anything dirty. He just continued to hold his girl close. Will we get separated because of something happening in the future? Hua Jieyu asked gently. That's not going to happen. Do you still feel like running away from me? Yi Futian consoled her. But I have a bad feeling about things, Hua Jieyu said. Don't think too much about it. You're just in a bad mood, that's all. Don't forget that prophecy from Minister Zhua. You are my empress. Yi Futian kissed Hua Jieyu's forehead. Hua Jieyu's dark eyes looked at Yi Futian and she said, if you feel like doing anything, I'm all up for it. She blushed after saying the line, burying her head into Yi Futian's chest, feeling her cheeks red hot. Idiot, Yi Futian said, caressing her hair, I'm not going to do anything. I just want to hold my girl and keep her from having bad thoughts about things. Sleep. Yeah, Hua Jieyu answered gently. She fell asleep soon in Yi Futian's arms with a tranquil smile on her face. This feels good. The news of Bai Luli from White Cloud City and Zhuge Mingyue from Zhuge family getting engaged in a month shook all of Xuanwu City the very next day, and the news continued to spread like wildfire throughout the barren state. Mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City had been staying in Xuanwu City for quite a while. Both sides were very eager to establish an alliance through marriage. However, due to some unknown obstacles or just rumors having such an effect on things, both sides had yet to truly reach an agreement. Everyone looked forward to it. The news meant that the two top forces in the barren state would be entering an alliance through marriage. The city lord of White Cloud City, ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking, and Zhuge Qingfeng, head of the Zhuge family and ranked 6th on Barren Sky ranking, both studied in the Holy Ji Palace. Both figures had been exceptionally mighty ones back in the day, and both of them shared amicable relations. Both of them were also extremely renowned throughout all of the barren state. At the moment, both of them were going to get together again, and it was given that the news attracted the attention of the world as countless people were looking forward to the wedding. All three forces, the Holy Ji Palace, White Cloud City, the Zhuge family, were into this. The event could turn out to be the grandest engagement ever held throughout all of the barren state. Forces throughout Xuanwu City came to Crouching Dragon Mountain to congratulate the Zhuge family as the news spread. The family's estate was in an uproar right from the early hours of the morning. That itself foreshadowed that the Zhuge family would become the focus of the entire barren state for months to come. Yi Futian woke up early and exercised for a bit by doing some martial arts techniques, feeling invigorated, power coursing throughout his entire body. Hua Jieyu woke up as well, watching Yi Futian practice silently from behind. Her face was in a tranquil smile. She had thought at times, if only they were able to spend their days living a quiet life, that would be beautiful. Yi Futian finished his routine. He turned around, saw Hua Jieyu watching him silently, and said to her gently, "You're up." "Yeah." Hua Jieyu nodded with a smile. "I'd love to see you still asleep tomorrow morning," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu blinked and glared at Yi Futian. "Don't think too much about it." Yi Futian's face pretty much collapsed at the comment. "Happiness can't last long, eh? What a bummer. Should have done more last night," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. "No use regretting." Hua Jieyu smiled. Both of them had the matter with second sister lingering in their minds throughout the night, but they nonetheless felt at ease about the whole deal. There was simply no use fretting over the matter. "You two sure seem to be having quite a time." Zhuge Mingyue smiled as she walked in their direction. Second sister, both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu yelled. Yi Futian then added, "We were just talking about the Zhuge family, and we realized we have yet to pay a proper visit to your father. When do you think it is most suitable for us to do so?" The pressure on second sister's shoulders came from the Holy Ji Palace, White Cloud City, and the Zhuge family. The truth was, however, that other than her own attitude about the whole thing, it was the attitude of the Zhuge family being of the utmost importance. As such, Yi Futian deemed it necessary to pay a visit to the legendary figure ranked on the Baron Sky ranking, Zhuge Qingfeng. Yi Futian needed to know what he thought about the whole thing. Yi Futian also hoped that his third brother would come to the estate within a month from now. If he ended up not showing, he needed to prepare for the worst to come. There are many who will be coming from Xuanwu City to pay their respects. The family will arrange a banquet to welcome the influx of guests. Many of them will go pay a visit to my father in the meantime, and you are welcome to join, Zhuge Mingyue said. Very well. Yi Futian nodded without saying much. It seemed like his second sister still resented her father somewhat. Given the relationship between Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue, she would have arranged for another time for the visit otherwise. Her father, Zhuge Qingfeng, was, after all, a senior in the Holy Ji Palace. Getting them properly introduced to each other would do Yi Futian no harm at least. Of course, there was also the possibility that his second sister did not want to get involved much. Zhuge Mingyue knew what Yi Futian was like, and she knew he would not just let go of the matter so easily. Ms. Mingyue, a servant girl came said. Zhuge Mingyue turned to address her. What is the matter? Yushi, daughter of the city lord of Alchemy City, arrived with Shuiyi and Luo Fan, the servant girl reported. Both Shuiyi and Luo Fan visited the Zhuge family estate before, and many knew of them to be Zhuge Mingyue's juniors. The seniors are here. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Zhuge Mingyue said, send them in. Understood. The servant girl left. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said, you're getting really worked up about things here. Second sister, you saw it back in Alchemy City yourself. Before fourth brother went to offer his life spirit, he reminded me to keep tabs on the matter between you and third brother. You know what fourth and fifth brother thought about it, didn't you? Yi Futian asked with a bitter smile. Zhuge Mingyue naturally knew what he meant. A group of people arrived shortly after. Other than Shuiyi and Luo Fan, Yushi, who was now Shuiye's wife, arrived with a huge belly. As she was the daughter of the city lord, pregnant and out on a trip, it was a given to have mighty ones from Alchemy City serve as her escort. As such, the entourage was rather huge. Second sister. Shuiyi, Luo Fan, and the rest walked towards Zhuge Mingyue. They departed from Alchemy City as soon as possible after catching wind of what happened. Zhuge Mingyue ignored both of them outright. Her eyes were on Yushi as she dragged her aside and said, Yushi, just what are you doing messing around with those two? Come, sit down. Second sister, you went to Alchemy City showing concern for us, didn't you? Shuiyi and I can't just sit around doing nothing. We got here as soon as we heard the news, Yushi said gently. Zhuge Mingyue glared at Shuiyi. It's bad enough that you mess around. Yushi is pregnant, for goodness sake. Taking her somewhere so far while she is in such a state, are you trying to ask for a beating? Shuiyi was rendered speechless. He was just about to ask about the matter with her and totally did not expect to get berated himself. Second sister, we're concerned for you, and so is our sister-in-law. She insisted on coming here with him, Luo Fan explained. Did I ask you to speak? Zhuge Mingyue looked at Luo Fan. Luo Fan shut up right there and then. Yi Futian looked at what transpired with a beaming smile. Good days, just like how it was back in the cottage. If Big Brother and Third Brother show up, we'll have a proper reunion. Big Brother is in the Eastern Baron territory now. He'd probably rush here if he knew what happened, Yi Futian said. Such was the students of the cottage. If anything happened to one of them, all the others would rush to that person's aid as soon as they found out. I'll deal with this myself. It's bad enough that you came messing around here. Nobody is going to inform Big Brother about anything, you hear? Zhuge Mingyue said with all seriousness. Things were different now. Yi Futian ranked first on the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace, and he was the champion of all in the noble plane. He was also the son of Starry School. Shui was the son-in-law of the city lord of Alchemy City. If they had wanted to get someone to send word to the Eastern Barren Territory, they could have done so easily. Furthermore, there were sages right beside Shui as they spoke. Chapter 657, Everyone in Moon Tower chatted away. Shui and the rest knew what their second sister was like, and they had no words to say about her. What they hoped for at the moment was that their third brother was not too far away, that he was still near enough to catch wind of the news and come to the Zhuge family estate. There was still hope so long as he showed up before the day of the engagement. Everyone in Moon Tower chatted away. Shui and the rest knew what their second sister was like, and they had no words to say about her. What they hoped for at the moment was that their third brother was not too far away, that he was still near enough to catch wind of the news and come to the Zhuge family estate. There was still hope so long as he showed up before the day of the engagement. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, many mighty ones from Xuanwu City and young students paid their visits to the Zhuge family, and the estate bustled with noise and excitement. The Zhuge family threw a banquet to welcome guests from all over the place. Someone came to inform Zhuge Mingyue and the rest of the cottage group, and they got moving. At the place where the banquet was held, things were indeed bustling. Many young proud sons and daughters arrived, but there were still quite a number of seats not taken at the front. Zhuge Mingyue's arrival attracted attention from all present guests. "Congratulations, Ms. Mingyue." Many rose and cupped their hands to pay their respects to Zhuge Mingyue, and she was seen with a faint smile throughout the whole process. That smile she wore was different from the one she wore before Yi Futian and the rest of the group. At the moment, it was one that made people feel distant, it was one put up solely for the sake of formalities. "Are father and the rest not here yet?" Zhuge Mingyue asked a servant girl beside her. The clan leader was discussing some important matters with some senior figures in the Wind residence. "He should be here shortly." "Right." Zhuge Mingyue nodded. "Wait for me here, I'll go have a look." "Will do." Yi Futian and the rest of the gang nodded. They found themselves seats while Zhuge Mingyue left the place. Many cast their gaze at Yi Futian's party. The other guests were able to tell that they were some exceptional people and some of great renown. Yi Futian ranked first on the law rank while Yu Xing ranked second. Hua Jieyu was a divine spiritual sorcerer. Many discussed who would have ended up being the one to win her heart in the Zhuge family. Even Shui and the rest were no ordinary folk. Many were able to guess their identities. They were the juniors of Zhuge Mingyue, Shui and Luo Fan, who caused quite an uproar in Alchemy City several months ago. There was also Yu Shi, daughter of the city lord of Alchemy City. They were quite surprised to find her pregnant so soon. Yu Qi's daughter and son-in-law. Those were people whose statuses were not far behind Zhuge Mingyue's. Other than that, there was also Bai Zhe, the second son of White Cloud City, at the banquet. Some students and disciples of clans and forces in Xuanwu City smiled and cupped their hands at Yi Futian and his party. The top two figures of the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace were definitely renowned figures in their own right. Furthermore, the weight of the current top two far surpassed Shimin Hanjiang. It was said that Yi Futian was still currently a grade 3 noble and had very amicable relations with Zhuge Mingyue. People like that were deemed worthy of being friends with. However, no one was seen deliberately trying to be overly close and friendly with them, for they knew that they were not on good terms with Bai Zhe. Worse still, both parties resented each other very much, and the same could be said for Zhuge Xing. It was thought that many of the younger generations of the Zhuge family did not like them. We finally get to see Ms. Mingyue in person, and she's definitely as exceptional as she is rumored to be. It was said that Ms. Mingyue possessed an incredibly high talent in cultivation. Being able to see Ms. Mingyue becoming a couple with Bai Luli is indeed something envious to many, someone from one of the clans in Xuanwu City said with a smile. Indeed, the ceremony to be held in a month will probably be the grandest event to be held in the Barren State in recent years. We won't see another couple so perfectly matched for one another in years to come. I've heard that Bai Luli possesses the potential to become a saint. He, after all, got to be ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking at such a young age. The rumors are probably true, and we'll probably be seeing the hope of a saint emerging from the barren state in him. Well, if that is the case, wouldn't there be a saint emerging from White Cloud City, and a son-in-law who is a saint for the Zhuge family, then? Someone joked. Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue became the talk of everyone present, and things looked incredibly lively. Regardless of birth, looks, or talents, Ms. Mingyue definitely has it all. Bai Luli seems like the only one for her in the entire barren state. The youths of the Zhuge family liked the marriage alliance very much. There was no one who was ignorant of Bai Luli's talents. He would soon become the Zhuge family's son-in-law, marking the alliance between White Cloud City and the Zhuge family. That, coupled with the Holy Ji Palace's relations with both forces, would have put them at the pinnacle of the barren state's social hierarchy. There was no one they could be dissatisfied with such a marriage alliance. Everyone looked forward to it. Indeed, many said in agreement. Indeed, my ass, Luo Fan, who was drinking, cursed under his breath and slammed his cup on the table. He was in a very foul mood. He had not wanted to say much, but the chatter around him was practically stoking the fires of his suppressed rage. The only one suitable for his second sister was his third brother. Bai Luli had no place in all of this. Many turned their eyes at Luo Fan. It was obvious that this junior of Zhuge Mingyue felt rather displeased with the matter. The people of the Zhuge family frowned. While Yi Futian's party consisted of people of great renown, they were on the grounds of the Zhuge family, and it was not their place to be so insolent in front of anyone. The marriage alliance was bound to happen, regardless of what they thought about it. Fifth brother, drink up, Yi Futian, who was right beside Luo Fan, said. Their cups touched, and Luo Fan gulped down everything in one go. His mood could not have been any fouler, yet second sister explicitly told them to stay out of these matters. Bai Zei was also drinking in silence. Yuxing spared a glance at him, wanting to see how long he would be able to hold it in. Sounds were heard from quite a distance away, and many turned their eyes to where the sounds came from. Many figures were seen arriving, and all of them were great figures from all corners of the world. There were several who exuded imposing bearing. The middle-aged man at the center wore a simple robe, yet the humble appearance was unable to conceal his tremendously exceptional bearing. The man was the clan leader of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qingfeng. Yi Futian recognized a figure at Zhuge Qingfeng's left. It was a great figure from the Holy Sage Pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace. There was another right behind him, and that person was none other than Bai Luli. Zhuge Canyang and Zhuge Mingyue followed right behind their father. There was yet another great figure at Zhuge Qingfeng's right, the biological younger brother of the city lord of White Cloud City, Bai Luli's uncle, Bai Yan. He too was a very powerful figure. The city lord himself had returned to White Cloud City to prepare for the event to be held a month later. Bai Luli was to return to the Holy Ji Palace later as well, and the matter would have been settled for the time being. All of them would leave right after the banquet. Everyone else in that group were leaders of Xuanwu city clans. They came to the front of the banquet, leaving themselves quite a distance away from the younger generation. The younger generation rose in response, paying their respects by cupping their hands before them. Young people truly are invigorating. Zhuge Qingfeng walked to his seat smiling, then said, "Please take your seats." Everyone then sat down. Zhuge Qingfeng scanned his guests at the banquet, finding Yi Futian, Shui Yi, and the rest of the party. He then addressed them, "So, Jieyu has returned. It is quite unexpected to see Shui Yi bringing Yu Qi's daughter here. It's really something indeed. Mingyue, I assume the one right beside Jieyu would be Yi Futian?" Shui Yi and Luo Fan had visited the Zhuge family before, and as such, Zhuge Qingfeng knew them. Indeed. Zhuge Mingyue nodded. Yi Futian and the rest of his gang stood and bowed. "I, Yi Futian, am here today to pay my respects, Uncle Zhuge." Zhuge Xing and everyone glanced at Yi Futian. That fellow sure knows how to get familiar with people. Calling some elder he met for the first time uncle, and whatnot. You and Jiayu are a couple, little brother of Mingyue, and you are from the Holy Ji Palace. It seems fitting that you address me as your uncle. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded with a smile. No one felt anything weird about it, as Yi Futian's identity and talents meant that he was not actually trying to reach for places out of his league by calling Zhuge Qingfeng his uncle. Thank you, uncle, Yi Futian said. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded and asked the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace beside him, I heard that kid became the champion of the law rank as a grade 3 noble and that he was granted entry to the Sage Hall. Is that true? The mighty one from the Holy Sage Pavilion right beside him was named Zhu Song, a sage who enjoyed an esteemed status in the Holy Sage Pavilion. His face was a stern one, even when he smiled. As such, it was not hard to tell that he was one who was both very hard on himself and others. Indeed. When that kid first came to the Battle Sage Palace to train, he was like Sage Dozhan himself. Vastly superior combat capacity and all. The eldest brother summoned all 6 lords to discuss the matter and granted him permission to enter the Sage Hall. Everyone has high expectations for him, Zhu Song said as he nodded. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. So the very reason I was permitted entry to the Sage Hall was due to the assistant palace lord summoning all 6 of the lords and discussing the matter. The elder of the Holy Sage Pavilion was indeed different from the likes of Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing in that he did not discriminate against those from other palaces or pavilions. Shimin Hanjiang would not have been granted entry to the Sage Hall otherwise. Despite this, he still held the opinion that the Holy Sage Pavilion made the wrong decision with his second sister's case. I look forward to the growth of this generation. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and said, have a seat. Yi Futian and the rest sat down. Many great figures turned their eyes at Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Some elders smiled and said, the more I look at them, the more I find them to be an ideal couple. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we've seen a couple so perfectly matched for each other in the barren state, someone from the side said in agreement. Many opened their mouths to talk about the matter. The banquet that day was held to greet the mighty ones from Xuanwu City to congratulate them, and it was only natural that the topic of the day was Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. Many in the barren state are looking forward to the wedding between my brother and Ms. Mingyue, however, someone in the Zhuge family claimed that my brother was ill-suited for Ms. Mingyue, Bai Zhe said plainly. Many frowned. Some elder from the Zhuge family asked, everyone from the Zhuge family is satisfied with the arrangement. Who dared speak such insolent words? Yi Futian saw Bai Zhe glaring at him from the corner of his eye. Zhu Song glanced at Bai Zhe. While it is true that this little brother of Bai Luli has exceptional talents, his temperament is nowhere near that of Bai Luli's. He has little hope of achieving great things. But then again, if Yi Futian did say such words, he was indeed being a little too stubborn. It is natural for the one who ranked first on the law rank to have great pride, however, everyone from the Zhuge family looks forward to the event. What he said was indeed hard on the ears, Zhuge Xing said in agreement. Bai Luli and Ms. Mingyue are practically a couple match made in heaven. It is unthinkable to see someone displeased about it. The Holy Ji Palace places a lot of importance on this person, yet he seems to be jealous of Bai Luli. Bai Zhe's words lit up the resentment of many. Many of the younger generation from the Zhuge family came forward to chastise Yi Futian. The air turned rather awkward as there was no hint of the joy and harmony found before. Bai Zhe lowered his head and continued drinking, looking at the ruckus he kicked up with a cold, smug look on his face. Despite Yi Futian's current prestigious status in the Holy Ji Palace, Bai Zhe still deemed Yi Futian unfit to doubt his brother and intended to teach him a lesson. Yi Futian glanced at Bai Zhe with plain eyes and wore a sarcastic smirk on his face. If he is so hell-bent on being humiliated, I guess I'll just have to oblige him. Chapter 658, Zhuge Qingfeng, Zhu Song, and others turned at their eyes at Yi Futian. However, that was rather expected, as they knew Yi Futian did not like Bai Luli all that much. Zhuge Qingfeng, Zhu Song, and others turned at their eyes at Yi Futian. However, that was rather expected, as they knew Yi Futian did not like Bai Luli all that much. Yi Futian, did you really say such words? Zhu Song asked Yi Futian. Indeed. Yi Futian nodded. As the one who ranks first on the law rank of the current generation, the Holy Ji Palace has great hopes for you. Your plane is still low and you know little of the outside world. Bai Luli, Hua Fan, and you were 3 champions of the law rank of 3 different generations, and you will all train in the Sage Hall, shouldering and creating your own era in the future. Bai Luli is several years older than you and as such, he can be said to be your elder brother. While you both have not been on good terms, he would not fuss about such matters. You should put your energy on your training from here on out and cast your personal opinions aside, Zhu Song said to Yi Futian. Sage Zhu Song could not have spoken better. Bai Luli is now ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking at such a young age. How is he not fit? You're both geniuses, and you shouldn't be holding grudges like that, someone from the side added with a smile. I beg your pardon. Yi Futian stood, bowing to Sage Zhu Song and said, my training is still lacking and there are certain matters which I do not quite understand. I would like you and Uncle Zhuge to give me some guidance on the matter. Feel free to sit and speak, Zhuge Qingfeng said with a nod. He knew Yi Futian was displeased about the matter, but there was hardly anything that could not be uttered at this point. While there were some kinks to be ironed out in the marriage arrangement between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue, it was undeniable that from various perspectives, they were still a match made in heaven. Thank you, uncle. Yi Futian sat down and elaborated, I do not know Bai Luli well, and as such, I do not have much of an impression of him. However, I do know that he is not as inept as his younger brother. I'm displeased because of the matter between my second sister and third brother. Bai Zhe glared at Yi Futian coldly. That bastard sure remembers to take jabs at me while he is talking about other stuff. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Bai Luli and asked, what do you think about my second sister? Bai Luli's expression composed as he returned Yi Futian's gaze before looking at Zhuge Mingyue. He said casually, Mingyue has exceptional looks and extraordinary talent. Her personality also proves to have more grace than mine. I have no complaints and I like her very much. You have good eyes, but my second sister doesn't like you, Yi Futian said boldly. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Even Zhuge Mingyue glared at Yi Futian. That kid really isn't going to just let things slide. However, she did nothing to stop him. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Bai Zhe, Zhuge Xing, and the rest sitting in the same place. Why do you all think they make a good match? My brother hails from White Cloud City and is training in the Holy Ji Palace. Ms. Mingyue hails from the Zhuge family, possessing extraordinary looks and talents. Why would they not make a good match? Bai Zhe retorted. Bai Luli ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. His father knows the Zhuge family leader well, and everyone in the Barren State is looking forward to them tying the knot. If that doesn't make a good match, what would? Please, you're being too reserved. Yi Futian continued, allow me to elaborate why you all deem them to be a match made in heaven. White Cloud City and the Zhuge family make perfect allies as both are formidable forces. Furthermore, Bai Luli has his desires, and the marriage not only fulfill his desires but also gets him a beautiful wife. At the same time, while the people of the Zhuge family think that having Ms. Mingyue marry someone ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking is a bit of a sacrifice, it still gives them an exceptional son-in-law. As such, they are also satisfied with the arrangement. So, there you have it, the match made in heaven that you speak of. Everyone was practically staring at Yi Futian. While his words were rather explicit, they made sense. What he said was indeed the core of the arrangement. Everyone thinks the marriage alliance is a heavenly arrangement, as everyone weighs nothing but benefits and interests, what both sides have to gain from this. You are all thinking what White Cloud City gets out of this, what Zhuge family gets out of that. But, who among you have spared any thought for what my second sister thinks? Yi Futian continued as he scanned the people he was addressing, my second sister fell in love with my third brother back in the Eastern Barren territory. He even challenged Bai Luli. While he ended up losing the battle, his intentions were clear. Why are you all so eager to overlook that? If you all know this yet deliberately ignore such a matter, what is this marriage alliance for? Yi Futian smirked. Gains, nothing else, and they are calling it a match made in heaven. I do not know why one such marriage alliance sounds so beautiful to all of you. Please, elders, I ask for your guidance on the matter, Yi Futian said as he bowed. Shui Yi and Luo Fan looked at the people around them. What their little brother had said was indeed what they intended to express, but they knew fully well they sorely lacked their little brother's eloquence. I never pushed for this to happen. If Mingyue is unwilling, then the arrangement can be stopped, Bai Luli said, looking at Yi Futian. Is that so? Yi Futian smirked and said, if that indeed is all right, if this all can be stopped with my second sister saying no to it all, would you all just leave silently? The weight of the Holy Ji Palace and White Cloud City was obvious. It was obvious what the Zhuge family went through when both forces joined hands to propose such this matter. All pressure would have fallen on Zhuge Mingyue. You have gone a little too far. Elders from the Zhuge family turned their eyes at Yi Futian. One of them said, while you're Mingyue's junior and a student of the Holy Ji Palace, don't you think what you said is a little too narrow-sighted? Mingyue is the treasure of our family, and how could we not be happy for her? But at the same time, isn't Bai Luli the best suitor there is for her? What you have just said was simply from the standpoint of your third brother. The one who said so was Zhuge Xing's father and Zhuge Mingyue's uncle. My father has put this aptly. While Yi Futian's words sounded reasonable, they were shallow. He and his third brother were simply thinking about nothing but taking Ms. Mingyue away for their selfish gains. Ridiculous indeed, Zhuge Xing said. Bai Luli ranked 10th on the Baron Sky ranking and possesses the potential for sainthood. Is there anyone who is more suitable than he is? Is your third brother suitable for her? The youths of the Zhuge family rose in an uproar. Yi Futian's words before were seen as a slight towards them, accusing them of selling Zhuge Mingyue for their family's benefit. Many more in the banquet rose to criticize Yi Futian, making him look like some witch on a burning stake. Ridiculous. Bai Zhe smirked sarcastically. He liked what he was seeing. Yi Futian was not only offending the Zhuge family, but also the Holy Ji Palace at the very moment. There was no way Bai Zhe would not have liked what was happening. Zhuge Qingfeng watched what transpired in silence. Yi Futian saw everyone pointing fingers at him. He, however, seemed unfazed, lowering his head to drink a cup of wine. When he raised his head again, his eyes looked as sharp as knives before he said coldly, I beg your pardon for my bold words, but is every single member of the renowned clans here a bunch of good-for-nothing idiots? The banquet turned utterly silent as Yi Futian's words came out of his mouth. The youths of the Zhuge family all looked at Yi Futian with cold eyes. What insolence! While you're indeed a student of the Holy Ji Palace, it'd be best you take back what you just said, someone from the Zhuge family said coldly. As a member of the Zhuge family, you wish to increase the influence of your family through a marriage alliance instead of through your own hard work and training. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Yi Futian continued his sarcastic jabs, and furthermore, you actually put it in such a way that made it seem my second sister would benefit the most from this. Just because the Zhuge family might actually have a saint as their son-in-law, you all wish to kneel and lick boots? Where is the bearing and pride that you should have as a member of such an esteemed family? Can't you train yourself to be strong enough to make the Zhuge family greater? If you see no way of achieving further greatness but to rely on such an arrangement, would I be wrong to call you a good-for-nothing? Yi Futian, are you insulting the entire Zhuge family? Bai Zhe's voice was cold, as if he was ready to pick a fight. Bai Zhe, are you actually thick-skinned enough to talk to me here? Yi Futian said to Bai Zhe with cold eyes. You. Bai Zhe's face went pale. During the law battles, you practically had eyes at the top of your head. Your pride was second to none, yet you proved to be utterly helpless. I crushed you without even having to use my full power. In the sparring sessions later, one move was all it took from Yu Sheng to put you down. Were you not embarrassed enough of yourself after all that? Yi Futian elaborated coldly. You asked for it, and you got it. I only wished to drink in silence today, yet you insisted on provoking me and kicking up a fuss. Do you really think no one knows what is going on inside your head? You know yourself that you are weak, so weak that you don't have what it takes to fight me straight up, and so you resort to such underhanded tactics. Yi Futian glared at Bai Zhe as he blasted away. If some nobody like you wasn't born in a high place in White Cloud City, you would be little more than a piece of filth. And now, you dare go about talking like you own the place, just because your brother is somebody. Do you know that you're little more than a clown in the eyes of others? Shut up, Bai Zhe said coldly. Oh, you're getting angry now. Why did you insist on getting yourself embarrassed in the first place? Yi Futian continued, you're all smiles and feeling good about yourself when the wedding is mentioned. You talked as if it was my second sister who went sucking up to your brother to set up this arrangement. Don't tell me you never thought it to be such. Think about it. Who was the one who made the proposal in the first place? If your brother was such an exceptional figure, why would he have needed to borrow the Zhuge family's power? Yi Futian, enough, Sage Zhu Song from Holy Sage Pavilion said. Yi Futian stood up. He bowed to Sage Zhu Song and said, Sir, I have talked about this with my teacher before. I know that the Holy Ji Palace is not doing this for its own benefit, but so that there will be a saint to emerge from the barren state. But I still do not think this is the right way to do so. Bai Luli possesses the potential to become a saint. Why would he need to borrow external powers to achieve that? If he is the hope of the Holy Ji Palace and one everyone has high hopes for, he should have enough confidence and pride to be able to accomplish the feat with his own power. If he is a figure expected by many to achieve great things, he should have the confidence and resilience to do so himself. Why resort to such trivial measures? Yi Futian said as he looked at Sage Zhu Song. It has been years since the barren state last saw a saint emerge. It is not as simple as you think it, Sage Zhu Song said to Yi Futian. He began to sound rather serious, indicating that he rather irritated. There has not been a saint in barren state for many years, but our generation from the Holy Ji Palace will make it happen. If Bai Luli can't do it, then I will. There is no need to resort to such tricks. Yi Futian looked straight into Sage Zhu Song's eyes as he spoke. An air of extraordinary excellence exuded from him. It was the air of absolute pride and confidence in oneself. It was due precisely to such confidence and pride that he mocked the members of the Zhuge family as a bunch of good-for-nothing idiots. Sage Zhu Song gazed at Yi Futian and said, If you have such confidence, I'm willing to believe you. But what you should be doing now is focusing on your training. When you become a grade 1 noble and step foot into Sage Hall, breaking into the Sage Plane, then you will know that the wedding to be held between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue is not for selfish gains, but for the barren state as whole. You should be open to the matter, not trying to ruin this arrangement because of the relationship between you and your third brother. It was apparent that Yi Futian's words were unable to convince Sage Zhu Song. The wedding must go on. Everyone agreed to it. There were no loops to jump over, everything was in place, and no attempts to ruin it would be tolerated. Yi Futian looked at Sage Zhu Song. He knew he was unable to convince the sage, but he said, I stick to my viewpoint. I'm not a saint nor a sage, and I don't have the bearing of a saint or a sage. If I can ignore those who are closest to me, I have no place talking about greater love for the barren state. As such, I'm only a common folk. Whatever the elders think about this, it doesn't change the fact that I care about my second sister and third brother. As such, I object to this wedding, and I will continue to object to it. Chapter 659, The banquet was unusually quiet. Many turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian as he made his speech. His eyes were adamant and stubborn. The banquet was unusually quiet. Many turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian as he made his speech. His eyes were adamant and stubborn. Zhuge Mingyue also turned her eyes to look at Yi Futian. While she never wanted Yi Futian to get himself involved in all of this, she felt warm inside, thinking that her little brother had indeed grown up, rising up to protect her and all. However, the wedding was not as simple as Yi Futian thought it to be. During the day of the proposal, Lu Chan, who ranked third on the Baron Sky ranking, and the city lord of Alchemy City himself, who ranked fourth, made it up Crouching Dragon Mountain, bringing with them a letter from the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Her father, Zhuge Qingfeng, studied in the Holy Ji Palace, and the palace lord himself ranked first on the Baron Sky ranking. He was also Zhuge Qingfeng's teacher. She knew well what it meant, and there was no mistaking it when her father spoke about the matter. It was something the entire Holy Ji Palace had decided. Before a grand endeavor like having a saint emerge from the barren state, sacrifice by having her marry someone she had no liking for was seen to be a small price. Furthermore, the man she was to marry was Bai Luli. It was the dream of countless girls from renowned clans, and as Yi Futian put it, everyone from White Cloud City and even the Zhuge family thought it was her who benefited from all of this. As such, she was deemed to have no right to think about anything. The Holy Ji Palace had its own stance and will in the matter. Her little brother, however, chose to side with her over the Holy Ji Palace. But there simply was nothing he could do to turn the tide of things. I object as well, Shui Yi, who was sitting right beside Luo Fan, spoke and made his stance clear as well. While he was among the younger generation, he was still Yu Qi's son-in-law, which gave him weight to speak on the matter. Are you done being insolent? Zhuge Xing's father said coldly, there are many here who are your seniors, and that includes your uncle. They are not going to make a bigger mess out of things by arguing with you. But since when did the wedding between Bai Luli and Mingyue need approval from a young one like you? The youth of the Zhuge family glared at Yi Futian with angry eyes. Yi Futian insulted all of them in one shot before calling all of the members of renowned clans to be good-for-nothing idiots. Yi Futian was being too bold while inside the Zhuge family estate. Yi Futian, Sage Zhu Song said to Yi Futian, return to the Holy Ji Palace. Go into the Sage Hall and break into Sage Plain as soon as possible. Everyone present caught what that meant. Sage Zhu Song was being very stern with those words, and he meant for Yi Futian to leave the estate, forbidding from interfering with this matter further. The will of the Holy Ji Palace was, of course, not something Yi Futian would be able to change on his own, even if he was a rare genius from the Holy Ji Palace, the one who ranked first on the low rank, and the champion among all nobles. The current will of the entire Holy Ji Palace was unanimous, and it had only one goal, to help in the endeavor of having a saint emerge in the barren state. And Bai Luli was the chosen one to undertake such a great endeavor. Sir, I beg your forgiveness, but I'm unable to do so. Yi Futian bowed and said, I will now excuse myself. He then bowed to Zhuge Qingfeng and left the banquet. Shui Yi, Luo Fan, and the others rose and left with him. Zhu Song frowned hard and he was rather displeased. Geniuses were known to have incredibly strong egos and sense of self. Yi Futian was, no doubt, one such genius, whose talents might have even eclipsed those of Hua Fan and might have even neared that of Bai Luli. However, Yi Futian was simply too young, and no one had time to wait for him to come to the right age. Zhu Song was unable to say that Yi Futian was wrong about anything, as he was simply thinking from his second sister's standpoint. Such people always proved to be a headache as they were incredibly stubborn. Such was the boldness of the young. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and said. He behaved casually in the face of all that ruckus and obviously did not mind Yi Futian's insolence. He was even able to dissolve the awkwardness of the banquet at the moment with just one line. The members of clans and forces of Xuanwu City present felt impressed. Such was the bearing of a top-notch figure, one which they would have had a hard time catching up to. Bai Zhe remained gloomy throughout. He held his head low as he drank, thinking that he had once again suffered Yi Futian's insult. Worse still, he was unable to say anything to retort. He knew well that as the second son of White Cloud City, he was seen as a dashing young man before he entered the Holy Ji Palace, and many had high hopes for him. Now, everyone's attitude towards him changed. And all that is because of Yi Futian. The truth, however, was due to more than just Yi Futian alone. The existence of both Yi Futian and Yu Xing overshadowed everyone who was studying in the Holy Ji Palace, regardless of how exceptional they were before. Bai Zhe, however, was the one who was suppressed and humiliated worst. The banquet went on. It was all joy and harmony without Yi Futian and his party. The liveliness of the event seemed to be a statement saying that with the exception of Yi Futian and a few others, everyone looked forward to the wedding, eager to witness an epic-making moment. Yi Futian and his party returned to Moon Tower. He never stopped frowning. He knew well that while he had vented his frustration and made his point back there, even that those words came from the champion of the low rank, what he did hardly mattered in such a place. Just like the elders of the Zhuge family put it, it was inconsequential whether he agreed to the wedding or not. Who would have paid any attention to what I said indeed? Despite knowing fully well that his words would have changed nothing, he deemed it necessary to vent them. Furthermore, he felt compelled to make his stance clear, in order to see how adamant the others were on the matter. His second sister was putting her fate on the line. Even if third brother shows up, so what? Is that really going to change anything? What great figures throughout Baron State had decided, and the very will of the Holy Ji Palace was not something anyone could change. He knew nothing about what could happen next. I can't believe we've just gotten through that matter with fourth brother, only to be compelled to deal with something similar happening to second sister. While I knew somehow that was going to happen, I still had a really bad feeling about things, Luo Fan said as he sulked. Worse still, what he felt this time was way worse than what he felt with the last ordeal. Those big shots want to create a saint and they go about sacrificing second sister's happiness for it. Who gave them the right to do so? This all happened a little too quickly, Yi Futian sighed and said. He trained very hard and came to become number one in the low rank. However, his plane was still too low when compared to the entire Baron State. What had transpired so far made him feel rather ill-prepared. Yeah. The difficulty we're dealing with here is far greater than what happened between fourth brother and his wife. Luo Fan was soon at a loss for words. What they had to tackle before was the city lord of Alchemy City. But this time, it was the will of the Holy Ji Palace, White Cloud City, and the Zhuge family. Worse still, their shared will was probably very, very solid, unlike the case with Yu Qi when Shui ended up being second place on the alchemy conference. The city lord was still more inclined to marry Yu Qi off to Shui instead. Yi Futian was thinking that since the Holy Ji Palace was into this, it became apparent that their will was immovable. They were going to get the wedding done one way or another. The strength of White Cloud City's will was a given, as Bai Luli was the young city lord of White Cloud City. The only party with any loopholes to exploit was the Zhuge family. However, Yi Futian knew nothing about what was going on inside Zhuge Qingfeng's mind. They discussed the matter for quite a bit and yet they failed to reach a conclusion. There was only a month's time left. Zhuge Mingyue returned after a while and smiled at Yi Futian. How did it feel, scolding everybody hard? Very fun, of course, Yi Futian smiled and said. He did not want to show any signs that he was suppressing his emotions in front of his second sister. While he was unable to see what his second sister was thinking, she was still probably the one who had it the hardest. Zhuge Mingyue gave him the eye and said, "Come with me." She turned around as soon as she finished. Yi Futian felt peculiar about the whole thing, but nonetheless followed her out and asked, "Second sister, what's the matter?" "Your uncle Zhuge wants to see you in private," Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said to Yi Futian. He felt even more puzzled at the moment. Why would Zhuge Qingfeng want to see me in private? The Wind residence was located at the core of Crouching Dragon Mountain, and that was where the clan leader, Zhuge Qingfeng, took up residence. At the moment, Zhuge Qingfeng was standing alone with his hands behind his back at a small pavilion. Hearing footsteps nearby, he turned around and said to Yi Futian, "You are here. How can I be of service, uncle?" Yi Futian asked, curious. "I just feel like chatting for a bit," Zhuge Qingfeng said casually. "Do I need to excuse myself?" Zhuge Mingyue asked gently. "Mingyue, come here." Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his daughter and said, "I guess you resent me." Zhuge Mingyue did not deny anything, but she did not leave either. She went into the pavilion instead. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and said, I heard Mingyue and Kanyang talked about you, and so I know a thing or two. In the next generation of the Barren State, Bai Luli is probably the only one who is on par with you. I doubt Bai Luli will no longer be able to do so, Yi Futian said casually. Zhuge Qingfeng was dumbfounded, then he smiled at him and said, You, kid, sure know nothing about being humble. Yi Futian did not say anything. Humility was ill-suited to the predicament before their eyes. Lu Chan, the assistant palace lord, who is also one of my elder seniors, came to pay me a visit with my senior, the city lord of White Cloud City, to make the marriage proposal. They brought a letter from my teacher, and it seemed like his days were numbered. Zhuge Qingfeng sighed. Yi Futian felt a shiver in his mind. It was truly a will of the Holy Ji Palace then, and one as solid as bedrock. Please don't resent the Holy Ji Palace. You are still young and you have yet to make it outside of the barren state. There is still much that you have yet to learn. Do you know what kind of a place the barren state is? Or why the will of the Holy Ji Palace is so adamant? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and asked. Please, tell me. Yi Futian wanted to know as well. Barren State is one of the 9 states. Emperor Xia set up orthodoxy in each of the 9 states. It was a system that lasted throughout the ages. Even when the world was unified and Emperor Xia submitted to the twin great emperors, he remained in control of such a system, Zhuge Qingfeng elaborated slowly. Yi Futian was shaken to his core. He read from ancient books that the orthodoxy was made of Ren Huang, the king of man. Is this Xia Huang, the highest existence in Ren Huang plain? Without a saint, there was no orthodoxy in barren state. While the twin great emperors ordered the establishments of academies throughout the world, if the barren state kept failing to produce a saint, the Holy Ji Palace might have ended up being penalized. Forces from other states would probably take control of the barren state, and if that happened, there would no longer be the peace we see today in the barren state. We might end up under the reign of others. Zhuge Qingfeng said, as such, the Holy Ji Palace desperately needs for a saint to emerge. And so, they picked Bai Luli. Yi Futian continued, but what does that have to do with my second sister? The saint plane is a plane beyond what is known in current systems. It isn't some plane that can be easily accessed. Even if one were to possess the potential to become a saint and wanted to become a saint, one would still need to make it to the very place where Emperor Xia set up the orthodoxy, and it would be an arduous trip. The Zhuge family had a saint among our ancestors before, passing a treasure down the line, and that one treasure would prove very useful for Bai Luli. As such, they needed to get their hands on that treasure. However, regardless of how close we are, there is no way the Zhuge family would allow such a treasure to simply be handed to an outsider. Even if I were to be fine with it, the others wouldn't have been. As such, Bai Luli needed to be the son-in-law of the Zhuge family, and furthermore, needed to be married to one of the eldest lines of the Zhuge family, which would be my second sister, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. Exactly. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. Chapter 660, Yi Futian fell silent, finally understanding why during his visit to his teacher at the Holy Ji Palace, both Sage Jingang and his teacher had not wanted him to interfere in this matter. Yi Futian fell silent, finally understanding why during his visit to his teacher at the Holy Ji Palace, both Sage Jingang and his teacher had not wanted him to interfere in this matter. Sage Jingang and his teacher both knew that this entire affair was the will of the palace. Nothing would change just because of one individual's objection. Yi Futian laughed self-deprecatingly at the thought before asking, So, uncle, how do you feel about this? Zhuge Qingfeng replied, This is the first time my teacher has written a letter to me to request anything. These could even be his last words. This arranged marriage came about through the will of the palace, the White Cloud City, and the Zhuge family. My peers, my seniors even, they all approve very much of this marriage. Not just them, but many powerful people in Xuanwu City, are awaiting this eagerly as well. He then continued, Just like everyone said back there at the banquet, there has not been an arranged marriage that has elicited a response as huge as this. Nor has any marriage been under the scrutiny of so many powerful people before this. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian. So, tell me, how do you think I can feel about this? Zhuge Qingfeng may have been an incredibly powerful man who was sixth in the Baron Sky ranking, but he too had his considerations. He could not just do as he wished. Other than the fact that his daughter Zhuge Mingyue would not be happy, all the other aspects of this arranged marriage could be said to be perfect. If Zhuge Mingyue did not already have someone she liked, then Bai Luli would have been the best partner for her. There would be no one else in all of the Baron state who was as eligible as he was. Then why are you speaking to me about this, uncle? Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Qingfeng replied, it's rare that someone like Bai Luli would appear in the Baron state. And now, there is you and Yu Sheng. You two may be young and of a low plane, but you have great potential and your future is bright. You are a student of the Holy Ji Palace, Mingyue's little brother, and Jieyu's beloved. I don't wish for you to become involved in this matter. I can somewhat hazard a guess at what Mingyue is thinking. If he really were to come here, Mingyue would probably give everything up for him. But under such circumstances, would that really be able to change anything? By him, Zhuge Qingfeng was referring to Gu Donglu. So, am I to sacrifice my older sister for the greater good? Yi Futian chuckled. My teacher gave me the same advice previously, but he still let me come here. And I am but a selfish person. I don't care for the greater good. I still think that you all are wrong. Even if this is the will of the entire Baron state, it is still wrong. The Holy Ji Palace may have acted out of the intention to have a saint grace the land again, and not out of selfish motivations. But the same could not be said for the White Cloud City. Bai Luli was the son of the city lord of White Cloud City. It was no surprise that the family would be overjoyed at this turn of events. And what about those people from the Zhuge family? There was currently no saint within the Baron state, and Bai Luli seemed the best position to reach the level of a saint with his potential. The Zhuge family would naturally look forward to having a saint for a son-in-law. This was an equally sweet bargain for the Zhuge family as well. So, behind all this talk about the greater good, selfish motivations were still at play. No one cared about how Yi Futian's second older sister felt. And since no one cared about her feelings, who were they to make her sacrifice herself? Zhuge Qingfeng looked at Yi Futian and smiled. He did not get angry. Instead, he said, I'm glad Mingyue has a little brother like you. However, the mere concept of right and wrong has never been able to stop the affairs of the world. You should go back, Zhuge Qingfeng told Yi Futian, before falling silent. Yi Futian bowed slightly, before leaving the Qingfeng quarters. Zhuge Mingyue did not leave with him. Instead, she watched his disappearing figure with a radiant smile. You've seen him for yourself now, how do you feel? She asked her father. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his daughter and mused, I do understand why you were so full of praise for him now. He really is an outstanding young man, not just in terms of ability, but also in terms of personality. I like him very much. Little brother already confessed he was a selfish person with no conception of the greater good, why do you still like him? Zhuge Mingyue questioned her father further. I too am a selfish man. The people of the Zhuge family, my older brother over at White Cloud City, all of them are selfish too. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and said, there has never been an absolute saint in this world we live in. Even a sage would still have feelings, with their own likes and their own emotions. As such, there will always be a selfish side to everyone. He dared to fight against the will of the palace for you without bothering to hide his selfishness. At least he's honest about it, unlike many people who mask their greed with proclamations of acting for the greater good. Looks like you understand, after all, father, Zhuge Mingyue responded. Even if I do, I still can't do anything about it. Sometimes I can't even be bothered to think about these things anymore. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his daughter and advised, Bai Luli is not a bad character either. If you really are to marry him, then you'll only be husband and wife in name, He won't force you to do anything. Don't do anything rash, you still have a long time to live. As he spoke, Zhuge Qingfeng turned to leave. Zhuge Mingyue watched as her father left the room. She didn't know he still had her interests at heart. However, the concept of being husband and wife only in name felt impossible to her. Zhuge Mingyue chuckled self-deprecatingly before staring at the sky in a daze. Her days at the cottage were so much more light-hearted. There was nothing to worry or trouble her. When Futian returned, his heart felt heavier, as if an external force was pressing down upon him. Too much was riding on this arranged marriage, which made him feel helpless. Just like what Luo Fan said, the challenge he was facing here was even greater than what he had faced back at the Alchemy City. Futian didn't even know where to begin untangling this mess. From Zhuge Qingfeng's attitude, Futian could tell that this man, who was 6th in the Baron Sky ranking, was not unreasonable or ignorant. It was just that there were many things and responsibilities that were honestly beyond his personal control. As such, despite his position as the head of the Zhuge family, he has had to concede and compromise. Taking out the Soul Guqin, Futian sat quietly at the courtyard, playing a tune. When other people heard the music, they could sense Futian's emotions within. Hua Jieyu sat nearby, not disturbing Futian. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, had gone off for a solo training session. When one was unable to do anything, it seemed like training to improve one's capabilities was the only way out. The days passed, and news had spread all over the vast barren state. Xuanwu City gradually became busier as many important figures from all over the state came down to visit. This marriage marked an alliance between White Cloud City and the Zhuge family, making it especially significant. As such, the engagement banquet between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue was a bigger deal than Shuiyi and Yuxi's wedding ceremony. All the top powers of the barren state were obliged to attend, and even if they weren't happy with the arrangement, they showed up at the banquet still. This marriage was set to shift the dynamics of power within the barren state. This was the first time the Holy Ji Palace had interfered in such a matter, in a departure from their usual practices. Many influential individuals knew what this was for. This was all for Bai Luli, the incomparably powerful figure of the barren state. Crouching Dragon Mountain was equally crowded as well. Many people had come to visit in advance, awaiting the start of the engagement banquet. In a part of the mountain, an important visitor was pacing about in the house. His pacing came to a gentle halt, and his eyes flashed as he cocked his head to listen to the strains of Guqin music coming into the room. The artistic conception of the music was extraordinary and attracted one's attention instantly. Spiritual energy emanated from the visitor, and he sent it in the direction of the Guqin music. Immediately, the music became more clearly audible. As the music played, his expression turned solemn, as if it had roused feelings of awe within him. The people around the visitor did not disturb him. Instead, they waited patiently. In truth, everyone in the Zhuge family knew that there would often be sounds of Guqin playing coming from Mingyue's quarters. It was music of extraordinary artistic conception, and even the influential visitors would pay attention when the Guqin playing started, basking in the extraordinary nature of the music. After a long while, the visitor asked, "Who's playing the Guqin?" "It's Futian," the member of the Zhuge family who was hosting him replied. "Is it the Futian who's at the top of the law rank in the Holy Ji Palace?" the visitor asked. People from the outside world generally knew little about the happenings within the Holy Ji Palace. However, they would still pay some attention to news about who had become first in the law rank. Furthermore, Futian had also raised quite the furor back at Alchemy City. Many influential guests had been there then, which was why most people in the barren state had at least heard of Futian. "Yes." The other person nodded. "A formidable young man he is." The visitor nodded his head in admiration before asking further, "What piece is this?" "It's the Yukio song," came the answer. No wonder, no wonder." The visitor mumbled before he walked away, chuckling heartily. The Yukio song was one of the 10 most famous songs written by Donghuang the Great. It contained the lofty aspirations of an emperor. Furthermore, it was rumored that this song had been written while the two emperors were still young. Back then, Donghuang the Great had already been harboring ambitions of conquering the world. What were Yi Futian's intentions in playing this song within the Zhuge household now? At that moment, Yi Futian was playing the guqin quietly in Mingyue's quarters. Actually, he was not playing according to the true artistic conception of the Yukio song. In order to play the complete Yukio song, a person of his current state would need a boost with the will of the emperor in order to fully attain the true artistic conception of the song. But even as Yi Futian played the song for fun, his playing was still magnificent nonetheless. As the guqin music rang out across the room, Yi Futian's spiritual energy emanated into the space as well. The image of an emperor writing the world while raring to realize his lofty ambitions came to his mind. At the same time, Yi Futian could sense the natural order of the world present within this artistic conception. This was a form of training for him as well. Now that Yi Futian was an upper-level noble and was able to catch hints of sage intent, he needed a clearer understanding of the power within the natural laws in order to transcend to the sage plane. As he understood the power, his spiritual energy was gradually increasing as well. Yi Futian could feel that the amount of spiritual energy he possessed was fast approaching that of a grade 2 nobles. Xuanwu City, which was at the base of Crouching Dragon Mountain, was bustling with activity. Huge numbers of people had arrived, and inns everywhere were fully booked. This was especially true for inns closer to Crouching Dragon Mountain. In a restaurant not far from Crouching Dragon Mountain, a man in white sat quietly at a table on the third-floor veranda. He ordered a few side dishes and a pot of wine. He wore a bamboo hat that covered his face. Most people in the restaurant were discussing the same topic, the engagement between Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue. The discussions were lively, and many people were excited about this turn of events. However, the man in white and a bamboo hat did not seem to hear the discussions going on around him. He sat there quietly, and after a long while, he set down a spirit stone on the table. After lifting his head to glance in the direction of Crouching Dragon Mountain, he left by himself. Chapter 661. Tomorrow was the day that Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue would get married. People from all over the barren state had already arrived at Xuanwu City. This city, which lay to the north of Zhongzhou City, had not experienced such excitement for many years. The hype surrounding the event could even rival that from the time Zhuge Qingfeng took over as the head of the Zhuge family back in the day. Tomorrow was the day that Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue would get married. People from all over the barren state had already arrived at Xuanwu City. This city, which lay to the north of Zhongzhou City, had not experienced such excitement for many years. The hype surrounding the event could even rival that from the time Zhuge Qingfeng took over as the head of the Zhuge family back in the day. In the bamboo forest within Mingyue's quarters on Crouching Dragon Mountain, the sounds of a guqin being played could be heard. Yi Futian was still playing the guqin, and he was still playing the Yukio song as well. Right now, Yi Futian's eyes were tightly shut, as if he had entered a state of intense concentration. The worldly spiritual qi in the space seemed to have stopped moving, and everything became clearer than before. Zhuge Mingyue walked behind Yi Futian. As she looked across the space, she could sense the change in the worldly spiritual qi here. She then sat quietly on a bamboo bench in the forest. She liked listening to her youngest brother play the guqin, especially when he played the Yukio song. That song had a very deep artistic conception. The song evoked feelings of watching the world from above, painting an expansive image of that vast world through music and bringing about a sense of great heroism. Though she didn't have such lofty ambitions as a woman, hearing her youngest brother play brought her a sense of comfort. Rising to the top was something her youngest brother should do, just like in the image the song evoked. Within Yi Futian's mind, everything in his surroundings seemed to become even clearer. The various elemental spiritual qi did not even seem to be spiritual qi anymore. Instead, they were almost like actual wind, fire, lightning, among others. The elements had their own rhythm, which formed a part of the larger world. He seemed to see the shape of the wind, which blew in irregular wavy lines throughout the space. He seemed to see the color of lightning. It was almost as if he was in a different world. Right then, Yi Futian got the feeling that if he redirected his will, he would be able to change the trajectory of the wind, or the intensity of the lightning. The world he perceived right now seemed to be clearer than the one he had known. The sounds of Yi Futian's guqin playing did not stop. The worldly spiritual qi around him came surging crazily towards him, and his spiritual energy stretched out even further, seeming to project the guqin music further as well. Zhuge Mingyue, who was next to Yi Futian, lifted her head to look at him. Her eyes glittered before she broke out into a dazzling smile. More than half a year ago, Yi Futian had become an upper-level noble at Alchemy City, and now, there were signs of him breaking through to the next plane with his spiritual energy. He would soon officially become a Grade 2 noble. Over the past month, Yi Futian's spiritual energy had grown stronger through him playing the guqin every single day. Finally, the guqin playing stopped, and the worldly spiritual qi in the surroundings stopped flowing as well. Yi Futian opened his eyes to reveal an extreme calm. There was no hint of any joy at breaking through yet another plane. Tomorrow was the day his older sister would get engaged to Bai Luli, and up until now, he still didn't have any idea as to what to do. There had also been no news from third older brother, even now. What's up? Isn't breaking through to the next plane supposed to be a happy thing? Zhuge Mingyue asked, smiling. I've broken through a plane with my spiritual energy and become a Grade 2 noble, but what use is that now? Yi Futian replied, smiling bitterly at Zhuge Mingyue. Before, he would have been overjoyed at this development, considering how this breakthrough did not just result in stronger spiritual energy, but also in him obtaining greater understanding in perceiving the natural laws. He was so close to his goal, and he had gotten much stronger as well. But it wasn't enough. This turn of events had occurred too quickly, and Yi Futian was not prepared for it. Second older sister, Beitang Xing'er called out, walking towards the two. Zhuge Mingyue and Yi Futian turned to look at her. What's the matter, Xing'er? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Someone sent over a letter for youngest brother, Beitang Xing'er replied. For someone to send a letter all the way up to the Zhuge household on Crouching Dragon Mountain addressed to Yi Futian was interesting indeed. Let me have a look at it. A sharp glint flashed past Yi Futian's eyes, and he walked over to Beitang Xing'er's side to take the letter from her. The letter was sealed, and when the person had tasked the guard with getting the letter to Yi Futian, the Zhuge family guard had not dared to open it. After all, Yi Futian was a well-known figure in the barren state now, and everyone knew that he was the younger brother of the second young mistress. As such, the letter reached Yi Futian easily, without much trouble. Yi Futian opened the letter before seeing a line of elegantly scrawled words on it. But when he read the contents of the letter properly, his heart skipped a beat and he felt an immense unease. The contents of the letter were simple. The person had written, "I'm sorry, I won't be able to fulfill the promise I made to you in the past. Please live well from now on." There was a single word at the end of the line, "Gu." Yi Futian knew that this wasn't a letter for him, but for second older sister. And the person who wrote this letter couldn't be anyone else but third older brother. He had come, but he was not preparing to ascend Crouching Dragon Mountain. Why is he doing this? Yi Futian wondered before a thought popped into his head. What happened to third older brother? Third older brother was not a coward. People from the cottage and even the eastern region of the barren state all knew that Gu Donglu, the third disciple of the cottage, was a man who would refuse to back down even in the face of the toughest challenges. But now, as the engagement day of Bai Luli and Yi Futian's second older sister approached, his third older brother had left a letter like this instead. Seeming to notice Yi Futian's change in expression, Zhuge Mingyue asked, "Youngest brother, who is the letter from?" As she asked, she began to walk over as well. Yi Futian's hands trembled just the slightest. He really did not want to show his second older sister the letter. But he couldn't hide it from her either. Finally, Zhuge Mingyue read the contents of this letter as well. In that instant, Yi Futian could clearly sense a coldness emanate from her being. Zhuge Mingyue suddenly laughed. Yi Futian did not know why she did, but it was in no way a normal laugh. Is the person who sent the letter still around? Zhuge Mingyue asked Beitang Xing'er. They say he still is, Beitang Xing'er replied. Zhuge Mingyue did not say anything further. She put a finger to her mouth and bit through the skin before writing a single word on the letter, all right? Older sister. Yi Futian's heart trembled at the sight of that word written in blood. He had no idea what second older sister was thinking, nor would he be able to find out. But he could sense that this letter from third older brother had been an incredibly cruel move to her. No matter what had happened, he should not have sent a letter like this. Yi Futian thought that his second older sister was right. Maybe third older brother really was daft. Give this back to him, Zhuge Mingyue requested calmly before she walked away. She did not speak another word, nor did she reveal any hint of sadness. She was so calm it was frightening. Beitang Xing'er was taken aback. She looked at Zhuge Mingyue before looking towards Yi Futian. I'll deliver this, Yi Futian offered, before leaving the bamboo forest with Beitang Xing'er. They headed to the base of Crouching Dragon Mountain to meet the person who had delivered the letter. He was a common man with a very low level of cultivation. I'm the Yi Futian this letter is addressed to, please take me to see the sender of this letter, Yi Futian requested. Master Yi, he said that if anyone followed me, he would not appear, the person replied. He's even avoiding me as well, Yi Futian wondered to himself, thinking about what could have happened for third older brother to avoid them so deliberately and only send a letter, an incredibly heartless one at that. The man delivering the letter evidently had no clue as to what was going on. He didn't even know who he was delivering the letter for, and Yi Futian was sure that if he were to follow the man, third older brother had the ability to hide from him. After a short silence, he handed the letter over to the man and said, tell the owner of this letter this, she has already waited for you for close to 6 years. We don't ask anything else of you other than to come here. Understood, young master. The man took the letter and left. Yi Futian looked at the disappearing figure before taking a deep breath. He could only leave it to third older brother to evaluate things for himself now. Back at Mingyue's quarters, Shuiyi, Luo Fan, and the rest had been alerted, and they appeared before Yi Futian. Third older brother could be in some trouble, Yi Futian said to them. If third older brother was refusing to visit the Zhuge household or see them, it was definitely not because he was afraid something would happen to him. There was only one possibility left, third older brother was doing this out of consideration for second older sister. Whatever trouble third older brother was in could be huge if he was concerned about dragging second older sister down. Shuiyi, Luo Fan, and the rest did not say anything, not knowing what to say. This matter was already enough of a headache as it was. And third older brother had finally appeared only to send a devastatingly heartless letter. I'll go look for second older sister, Yi Futian said, before heading over to where Zhuge Mingyue lived. Standing outside, he called out, second older sister. Youngest brother, I'm resting now, Zhuge Mingyue responded. Second older sister, this is very important, Yi Futian said. There was a moment of silence before Zhuge Mingyue appeared, wearing a simple white gown. There was still no hint of sadness in her expression. Older sister, you know I have some secrets that could be related to my own background, but I must be careful about who I tell because my identity could be a serious matter, Yi Futian began. Not many people knew about his secrets. Some of the cottage disciples knew, but even then, they didn't know the complete truth. Can uncle be trusted? Yi Futian asked. From the last conversation he had with the man, while Yi Futian didn't completely agree with everything he said, he still had a rather good impression of Zhuge Qingfeng. However, he still didn't know for sure what kind of person Zhuge Qingfeng was. Zhuge Mingyue was his daughter, so naturally, she would know him better. What are you planning to do? Zhuge Mingyue looked at Yi Futian. If this is going to put you in danger, then don't mention this ever again. But under these sorts of circumstances, if we really are to go against the wishes of all these people, wouldn't we still be in danger anyway? Yi Futian urged. Zhuge Mingyue stared at Yi Futian. She chuckled. I think he has his faults, but at least his character's fine, and he still cares about his daughter's life. Yi Futian understood what Zhuge Mingyue meant by her words, and replied, Thank you, older sister. Let's go then. All right, Zhuge Mingyue replied, walking up to ruffle Yi Futian's hair. Yi Futian pouted silently, and the two left the place together. Chapter 662, Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue had come to find Zhuge Qingfeng at his living quarters. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his two visitors. Tomorrow was the day of Mingyue's engagement. Had Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue come to find him as a final attempt to change things? Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue had come to find Zhuge Qingfeng at his living quarters. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at his two visitors. Tomorrow was the day of Mingyue's engagement. Had Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue come to find him as a final attempt to change things? Leave us, Zhuge Mingyue ordered the attendants in the Qingfeng quarters. Zhuge Qingfeng looked to Zhuge Mingyue with some curiosity. Before Yi Futian spoke, Uncle, I'd like you to hear a song. Is it the Yukio song? Zhuge Qingfeng chuckled. I've heard it many times recently. It's a song of an emperor. Its artistic conception is extraordinary. This time will be a little different, Yi Futian replied. Oh? Zhuge Qingfeng's curiosity was piqued. I'll listen to it then. Could you seal off the Qingfeng quarters? Yi Futian requested. Zhuge Qingfeng seemed a little confused, but he nodded obligingly anyway. A purple light shot through his eyes, and as he looked toward the sky, an endless surge of worldly spiritual qi flowed immediately, seeming to turn into countless runes that sealed off the area like a boundary. I'm done. Zhuge Qingfeng turned to Yi Futian. Thank you, uncle. Yi Futian nodded before finding a spot in the quarters to sit down. Sitting cross-legged, his aura became peaceful and tranquil, and the soul Guqin appeared before him. Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Mingyue sat aside, quietly watching Yi Futian play. As the melodious strains of music started, the two listened quietly in appreciation, feeling as though they were being drawn into an image. It was an image of two young men setting out to conquer the world, unrestrained and fearless. Zhuge Qingfeng was moved by the music. It led him to think about how the two emperors had walked the earth together since their youth. He thought about the kind of friendship the two men had had, and why Emperor Yi Qing had eventually become a taboo existence. The music continued, and the feelings it evoked gradually changed as well. The notes rose and fell, becoming peaceful only to become loud and sonorous after. A magnificent image appeared in Zhuge Qingfeng's mind, and he closed his eyes to listen peacefully. Even for a man of his status and power, listening to the Yukio song was still an enjoyable experience. Zhuge Qingfeng seemed to be enchanted by the music. After a while, he felt the energy of an emperor surge towards him from within the tune. It was a proud, commanding aura, that of an emperor with a sword in his hand ruling over the divine prefecture. That's not right. Zhuge Qingfeng suddenly felt that something was off as he immersed himself in the music. How could that energy be so strong, even stronger than before? Opening his eyes, Zhuge Qingfeng saw the handsome young man playing the guqin still. His fingers danced across the strings, and a golden glow seemed to emanate from his being. It was an extraordinary aura that seemed to turn Yi Futian into the image of a young emperor, almost like how the two emperors were in the youth. Back then, when the emperor had composed this song, he had seemed to become one with the music. This artistic conception, then, was not just the artistic conception of the song, but also of the emperor himself. A dazzling light suddenly emanated from Zhuge Qingfeng. He looked at the surroundings, only to see that the flow of worldly spiritual qi seemed to be under the music's control. The glow of spiritual qi descending around Yi Futian, bathing him in a sacred, colorful light. But Yi Futian continued playing peacefully, the artistic conception of the music growing stronger still. He seemed to be intent on revealing the artistic conception of the Yukio song to the fullest. This song, which was one of the top 10 within the divine prefecture, seemed to finally be performed in its fullest glory. Zhuge Mingyue smiled as she watched Yi Futian play. She was not very surprised, as if she had always thought that this was how her youngest brother should have been. The artistic conception of the song grew stronger still. Zhuge Qingfeng did not speak, nor did he interrupt Yi Futian. As he watched the young man who was sitting down cross-legged, he suddenly felt an extremely strange desire to prostrate before him. It was as if the person before him was an emperor himself, or the descendant of one. It suddenly occurred to Zhuge Qingfeng that he only knew how talented Yi Futian was and that he had come from the eastern region of the barren state like his daughter. But he did not know where Yi Futian had appeared from, nor did he know why he had this amount of power, comparable to that of an emperor's. This was very strange indeed. Finally, the Guqin music came to a stop, but Zhuge Qingfeng's thoughts continued racing. The song seemed to still be reverberating within his mind, and he could not forget the artistic conception he had just experienced. "Uncle, how did you like the song?" Yi Futian lifted his head, his clear eyes gazing at Zhuge Qingfeng as a gentle smile lifted the corners of his lips. Zhuge Qingfeng observed the young man before him seriously. Yi Futian was naturally very good-looking. In fact, it was rare to find a person as handsome as he was. His eyes were wide and clear, but one could only guess at what Yi Futian was thinking about behind his gaze. "It was perfect," Zhuge Qingfeng replied. "Thank you for your praise, uncle." Yi Futian continued, "This song came from Sky Mountain in the eastern region of the barren state. The two emperors left behind a song there, the Yukio song. I managed to obtain it." Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. He had known about this as well. Donghuang the Great had banned sages from the outside world from entering the eastern region of the barren state. As such, no one has managed to reach the peak of Sky Mountain. Even if they managed to get there was no way they could have figured out this song and obtained it. The song is hidden within a snowy mental world, one has to resonate with it in order to obtain the song, Yi Futian explained, and Zhuge Qingfeng listened quietly without interrupting. He knew that Yi Futian could be about to reveal a secret about the song the two emperors had left behind. "I was able to resonate with that world and had become one with the will of Sky Mountain once, killing many people whose planes were higher than mine on the mountain." Yi Futian continued, "Uncle, do you know where I am from?" "I only know you came from the cottage in the eastern region of the barren state," Zhuge Qingfeng answered. Yi Futian then said, "Before I came to the eastern region of the barren state, I lived somewhere even further away. My hometown was an island city somewhere within the vast sea, and there was little to no contact with the outside world. But something big happened there 10 years ago. I'm not sure if Uncle has heard of this before, but it is said that the last statue of Emperor Yi Qing appeared in that city, with a giant snow ape standing guard over it. Donghuang the Great sent people over to destroy it afterward." He continued slowly, "Uncle, do you know that I am friends with Yuan Zhan, who has a staff technique that I taught him? I learned this staff technique from the snow ape. You are a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing." Zhuge Qingfeng's heart thumped wildly at the revelation. There was no saint in the barren state, and people of the Saint Plain were basically non-existent. The bloodline of Renhuang was an even greater existence than the two, which made those related to Emperor Yi Qing practically godly. Right now, what Yi Futian was sharing with Zhuge Qingfeng was a secret about Emperor Yi Qing. But Yi Futian shook his head, and said, "I don't know who I am either. But I'm sure about one thing. I've said this to you before, Bai Luli's abilities cannot compare to mine. It doesn't matter if he'll be able to make it to the Saint Plain, I will definitely be able to do so." Zhuge Qingfeng stared at Yi Futian. He had to admit, he was completely taken in by Yi Futian right now. If Yi Futian was someone who possibly was related to Emperor Yi Qing, then even if the Saint Plain was but a legend as of now, Zhuge Qingfeng could believe that Yi Futian would eventually reach it one day. Furthermore, just like he had said, his abilities were definitely a cut above Bai Luli's. "You've basically handed your life over to me, haven't you?" Zhuge Qingfeng mused. Regardless of who Yi Futian was, Emperor Yi Qing was still a taboo figure within the divine prefecture. Should someone catch wind of the fact that Yi Futian had ties with the emperor, he could get into big trouble. Furthermore, Zhuge Qingfeng was now in a position to capture Yi Futian and turn him in. Perhaps that would bring him a huge reward. I have no enmity with you, uncle. Furthermore, why would you want to harm me, given the ties I have with second older sister? Yi Futian explained. Why is it that you agreed to this marriage, uncle? Your first reason was that your teacher wished for a saint to appear in the barren state. Secondly, it would be good if this saint had a good relationship with the Zhuge family. Well then, a saint will appear in the barren state even without this marriage, so you're not exactly going against your teacher's wishes, uncle. In any case, I too am a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Furthermore, would uncle prefer the contrived relationship between Bai Luli and second older sister or the friendship second older sister and I share? As Yi Futian spoke, Zhuge Qingfeng watched him. Many thoughts surfaced within his mind. Yi Futian had given him a difficult issue to chew on. Yu Xing's abilities are also stronger than Bai Luli's, Yi Futian added before he stood up and said, Uncle, I'll take my leave now. He then turned to leave. Zhuge Qingfeng was a great man. One didn't have to make things too clear to him, he would think for himself. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Futian had no choice, he would not have told his secret to Zhuge Qingfeng. After all, with one more person let in on the secret, there was one more source of danger to Yi Futian. But within the current situation, Zhuge Qingfeng was the only one whose will could possibly influence the outcome of everything. The other alternative was the Holy Ji Palace. But those representing the Holy Ji Palace were from the Holy Sage Pavilion, and the assistant palace lord Lu Chan was Bai Luli's teacher. He didn't know these elders from the Holy Sage Pavilion well, and thus he didn't dare to risk it. Father, with this, youngest brother has handed over his life to you, as I have, Zhuge Mingyue said to Zhuge Qingfeng before she left as well. Is your father that terrible to you? Zhuge Qingfeng wondered calmly as he watched the two leave. On the contrary, his mind was a mess. 2 generations of geniuses had appeared within the palace, which was already a handful itself, but now things had gotten even messier. Perhaps the palace had indeed been too hasty in its decision. Now that the arrow was already on the bow, there was no choice left but to fire it. Zhuge Qingfeng could already see how these talents from 2 different generations were going to face off in the near future. It made him worried. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue went to rest after returning to their quarters. Tonight, the lights of Xuanwu City would stay lit till dawn. It was set to be a sleepless night. The lightning of the night sky marked the start of the next day, and Xuanwu City grew lively. It was the day when Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue would get married. Many people had been waiting eagerly for this day, and it had finally come. It was still early morning, and the air was still chilly. A figure in white stood on a lonely mountain peak next to Crouching Dragon Mountain, gazing into the distance. From here, he could see the hustle and bustle of the activities happening on Crouching Dragon Mountain. He held a letter in his hand, which had a line of words written on it, as well as one shockingly red word written in blood. He had stood here for one night already, thinking. His teacher had once said that the world was ruled by reason and that there was always a rule to everything in this world. But right now, he realized that his teacher had not been entirely right. When it came to things like love, there was absolutely no rhyme or reason to it at all. Chapter 663, A Crouching Dragon Feast had been prepared on the Crouching Dragon Mountain and it was absolutely grand. Today, countless people had scaled the mountain to visit, including many of the Barren State's elite factions. The White Cloud City and Zhuge family's alliance through marriage that had the Holy Ji Palace's involvement. Who in the Barren State would not give them some face? Moreover, the main character of today's engagement was the Barren State's most prominent person in the younger generation, Bai Luli. A Crouching Dragon feast had been prepared on the Crouching Dragon Mountain and it was absolutely grand. Today, countless people had scaled the mountain to visit, including many of the Barren State's elite factions. The White Cloud City and Zhuge family's alliance through marriage that had the Holy Ji Palace's involvement. Who in the barren state would not give them some face? Moreover, the main character of today's engagement was the barren state's most prominent person in the younger generation, Bai Luli. Taishan Mountain has arrived to send its regards, someone reported loudly at the foot of the mountain. Immediately, members from the Zhuge family went forward to welcome them. Now, all the maidservants in the Crouching Dragon Mountain had been activated to welcome the guests from the peak of the mountain all the way to the bottom. It was a sight to behold. The Demon God clan has arrived. The Vermilion Bird sect has arrived. Mount Duantian has arrived to send its regards. The mortal world has arrived. The Nantian house has arrived. The sovereign family has arrived. Voice after voice continued to sound on Crouching Dragon Mountain. The entire barren state had been alarmed because of this. It was even grander than the triennial palace admission examination. Although the palace's admission examination was only once every 3 years, the elite influential figures would not appear during the admission examination. However, today was different. Elite figures from all over the state had arrived. The Alchemy City's Emperor family has arrived. The Sacred Fire sect has arrived. The Alchemy City Lord office has arrived. An even louder voice sounded out, and the elite factions from the barren state's western region had arrived as well. The White Cloud City was one of the 2 strongest cities in the barren state's western region, so the other factions naturally had to respect it. Moreover, the Alchemy City Lord Yu Qi, who had not appeared at such events for a very long time, had come personally. His daughter and son-in-law were now in the Zhuge family, so he had come to join in the fun. This time, the elite figures from all over had come to visit. The Zhuge family members were all excited to partake in their family's glory. This was the influence of this marriage. The entire barren state had gathered to offer their congratulations for this event that was the focus of the entire state. The Zhuge family leader Zhuge family and the older generation all welcomed them personally. Today, many influential people from their generation had arrived, including many high rankers on the Barren Sky ranking. With him being 6th on the Barren Sky ranking, he could not give face to perhaps 1 or 2 of them, but with so many of them arriving, even Zhuge Qingfeng had to put down his pride and welcome them. Congratulations, brother Zhuge. At that moment, Zhuge Qingfeng and Zhuge Kanyang were standing there welcoming the guests, when a slim person dressed in plain black robes cupped his hands and extended his congratulations. Although he was smiling, he gave people a dangerous feeling. This was naturally related to the ability that he had cultivated. One's cultivation techniques could affect their aura, after all. This person was 9th on the Barren Sky ranking, the house master of the Tingshui house, Su Shang. Beside him, Su Ke stood there smiling. Brother Su, you have taken time out of your busy schedule to grace our event today. What an honor, Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and replied. The Tingshui house master rarely ever attended any events. It's such a joyous occasion, how can I not be here? Su Shang smiled and replied. Su Ke is pleased to meet Senior. Su Ke extended his greetings as well. I've heard that nephew Su Ke has already entered the top 10 of the law rank. It looks like he's perfectly capable of taking over brother Su in the future, Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and commented. He's only in the top 10, that's not worthy of praise. Su Shang shook his head lightly. Senior, Yi Futian should be in the Zhuge family now. Where is he? Su Ke asked. He's in the Moon Tower, you can ask the maidservants to bring you there, Zhuge Qingfeng replied. Su Ke cultivated with Yi Futian in the palace, so they naturally knew each other. Alright, thank you, Senior. Su Ke nodded in thanks. Su Ke, behind him, a voice sounded. Su Ke turned around and saw the sovereign family's Huang Jioga standing there. You're here too, Su Ke said. Yes. Huang Jioga nodded. I also want to meet him, let's go together. As he said that, he also stepped forward and bowed to Zhuge Qingfeng, saying, Huang Jioga is pleased to meet Senior. Do not act like a guest during this ceremony, nephew, Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and replied while taking a look at the majestic figure in yellow robes who was walking over. The sovereign family leader, fifth on the barren sky ranking, Huang Shi. Brother Zhuge, how have you been? Huang Shi smiled and asked. Brother Huang Shi's aura is even stronger than before, Zhuge Qingfeng replied. The two of them were longtime rivals. After all, the two of them held 5th and 6th on the barren sky ranking respectively and were influential figures of their time. People continued to arrive in succession. At that moment, a couple walked over with their teenage daughter. The middle-aged man had an eminent dragon aura while the woman was dignified. Long Ao is pleased to meet Senior Zhuge. The middle-aged man cupped his hands and saluted Zhuge Qingfeng. The West Mountain Dragon Clan's Long Ao, younger brother of Long Etian? Zhuge Qingfeng asked. That is correct. Long Ao nodded. You're also a figure on the barren sky ranking, there is no need for the formalities. Please enter, Zhuge Qingfeng smiled and replied. Back then, Long Etian had risen as the shining star of the barren state's eastern region with his exceptional combat ability and outstanding potential. If he had not died, he would have had the chance to enter the top 10 of the barren sky ranking. Long Ao was his younger brother, so it would be appropriate for him to address him as senior, but Long Ao had already entered the barren sky ranking, albeit not completely for his combat ability. Long Ao's cultivation level had not reached the pinnacle of the Sage Plane and there were many people stronger than him in the barren state's eastern region, but the barren sky ranking combined both combat ability and potential. Evidently, Long Ao had immense potential. In the barren state's eastern region Divine Sky City, Long Ao was the only person on the barren sky ranking. Senior, are my big brother Futian and sister Jiayu here? The teenage girl beside smiled and asked. They're in the Moon Tower, Zhuge Qingfeng replied. Long Ao and Long Linger brought the rest and went in. Afterward, there were still people asking about Yi Futian, causing Zhuge Kanyang to mutter, today is the marriage between the Zhuge family and the White Cloud City, but there are many people looking for him. This is his charisma, Zhuge Qingfeng replied as he remembered the sight he saw yesterday. Yi Futian was still so young, but he was already leading an entire generation. Even geniuses like the sovereign families Huang Jioge and the Tingxue house's Su Ke all seemed to admire him. On the other hand, Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing were also in the Zhuge family, but nobody had asked anything about them. At that moment, Zhuge Mingyue was no longer in the Moon Tower but was in the Wind Residence. Yi Futian could clearly see how crowded Crouching Dragon Mountain was from the quiet Moon Tower. The voices penetrated the air and echoed throughout the all of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Whenever an elite figure or faction appeared, the reporting would sound, and with each voice, Yi Futian would feel his pressure mounting. This marriage had indeed alarmed the entire barren state. Yesterday, he had sent back his third brother's blood letter and conveyed his message. He did not know what his third brother would decide, but if he really decided to come, what kind of pressure would he have to face? Why are you here? Yi Futian looked at Huang Jioge and Su Ke and asked. We heard in the palace that you had come with Yu Sheng to the Zhuge family. Wu Chen was worried and told us some of your matters. He asked us to bring you a message, don't be rash, Su Ke replied. I know. Yi Futian nodded. Wu Chen naturally knew the relationship between him and his second sister and third brother. He must have been afraid that Yi Futian would cause himself trouble by being too rash. Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue's marriage has alarmed the entire barren state. Your objection will probably be useless, Huang Jioge also said. Although Yi Futian was now the first on the law rank, he still had no right to interfere with this matter. Let's go, Yi Futian replied with a heavy heart. At that moment, the guests had all made their way onto the mountain. The Crouching Dragon feast began and Yi Futian first visited the alchemy city Lord Yuqi, then saw that Long Linger and Madame Long and involuntarily walked forward. Big brother Futian. Long Linger called out to him. Linger, why are you here? Yi Futian asked. My father came to take a look and paid a visit to the palace as well. I asked him to bring me here. Long Linger looked at the middle-aged man behind her and Yi Futian's gaze followed. He then bowed and said, "Yi Futian is pleased to meet uncle." "Oh, thank you for taking care of Linger all these years," Long Ao smiled and replied. Although this was his first time meeting Yi Futian, he had already heard too much from his daughter and wife. "Uncle, you are too polite. I have always treated Linger like my younger sister," Yi Futian smiled and replied. "This little one is too unruly, it must have been tough on you." Long Ao then asked softly, "I heard that you don't approve of this marriage?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "Back then, my brother headed to the land of orthodoxy to pursue the divine path. Now, the palace is attempting to pave the road for Bai Luli, there will not be doubted," Long Ao reminded him softly. "I understand." Yi Futian nodded his head. Everyone already thought that the matter was decided and could not be changed. Long Ao patted his shoulder and said softly, "Linger, accompany Futian for a while." "Sure." Long Linger nodded. Long Ao and his wife then walked further up the Crouching Dragon feast. Experts on the Barren Sky ranking naturally had the right to sit at the top. Yi Futian and the other younger generation figures had seats on the bottom. As for the younger generation from normal families, their seats were even further back. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces. Di Gang, Li Futu, Xiang Jian, and many of the experts from the western region had arrived. Of course, there was Yen Jiu from the Sword Saint Villa, the people from the Nantian House and the Mortal World. These people's attention was all on Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian was the first on the law rank and had defeated Di Gang in Alchemy City. He had made it to the top of the Barren State's nobles and no one could stand up to him. However, Yi Futian was not in the mood to care about them. He found a seat by himself, then sat and waited quietly. "They're here." At that moment, a voice sounded and countless gazes turned towards a pair walking from afar. The White Cloud City Lord and Zhuge family leader both walked all the way to the top of the mountain. Many people stood up and saluted them while Bai Luli followed behind them. The group walked to the main seats on the Crouching Dragon feast and turned around, their gazes looking at the vast crowd standing below. "The Holy Ji Palace has arrived to send its congratulations." At that moment, a voice sounded from the foot of the mountain. The White Cloud City Lord Bai Gu and Zhuge Qingfeng both stood there, watching in the distance. Soon, they saw many figures walking towards them. The person at the front was the third on the Barren Sky ranking. Lu Chan beside him were the Tianqing Palace Lord and Sage Zhu Song. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Lu Chan. The Holy Ji Palace had personally come to witness this grand event. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.